Yok. Yok.
And handling all our partners and support the ICT Days 2003. Then we
Okay, thank you so much, Acting Prime Minister, for allowing me the keynote. We will now have our senior message. General
Input blue one name kami change. Input blue one name kami. Mail. The input. Ah?
Come 6 sudah kenal.
Ano kami six?
Kamera 6.
Tu lah Samsung.
No, Sony narwan niya.
Long
Samsung.
Ano siya? Mas tapi hem na yung no picture.
No, PM, Something no come out there. In Asia. From every something in Asia.
Emre mi din confident.
Yes.
Okay, so ini so.
Ini dari artisan. Memang dari artisan.
Yang coba.
Ini sempat dulu semua. Baterai lo. Ikan no karena itu baterai.
Sim, kalau bisa.
It is mentioned at the national, regional, and international level. And here, the implementation of all 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. Activities undertaken by the IT members will help build momentum to improve together on a global scale, which will help us face new opportunities to address development challenges. ICT congratulates Vanuatu for the two major milestones it reached last year. Firstly, for the launch of 4G LTE broadband service, which means that those in covered areas have access to the internet up to 10 times faster than before. And secondly, for the introduction of the rural satellite broadband service. We know that Vanuatu and the other members of the region suffer often severe disasters from a system. I'm confident that the technology and big data are essential tools in helping Vanuatu and the neighboring countries to recover quickly from the damaging effects of the artificial telecommunication. I have the opportunity to share with you with our audience that via IT service is the most effective and I think awarded the Southern country for their wonderful achievement of ICT service. Vanuatu is one I feel organized with the World Telecom to highlight its work on supporting SMEs. We are very honored to have the Prime Minister of Vanuatu to join us. And we consider Vanuatu is a very active but more important society. It is my pleasure this morning to welcome
Sa posisyon tayo no. May kamera natin sin. Posisyon dito na bamas.
No, country by me Panasonic. Kami compositing.
Kita lihat ini sih karena dulu hari gua.
Yes, we chicken sitting. So what
Ini sana posisi apa? Ini sih.
kami selalu kampanye. ST or HD? Can I check it? So ST 왜 붙은 걸로 HD? Or semi ST standard? 왜 붙은 걸로 HD?
Semi bisa.
1.2 billion people in China. But one thing I've noticed in the Pacific Islands in former meetings that I've attended is that there was a natural tendency, regardless of whether it was a government or a technical and convening the Pacific Islands immediately turned to a benefit that seemed to me to be apparent and useful. The intellect across that broader community and using the diversity of stakeholder opinions means that it alters individual thinking about where you might look to find solutions to the many problems we face.
select which one?
how we use the data, especially
नहीं, का मतलब से
aside from Umilo ICT with telecommunications. I would now like to get views from High Commissioner Jenny Devi. If you can give us a perspective on your thoughts, probably what's happening maybe in Australia, for instance, how big data is impacting on the Australian economy.
Thanks very much. I talked a little earlier about some of the things that we've been doing in the regulatory space in ICT, and I guess one of the first observations I'd make is that in Australia, as elsewhere, the technology is moving faster than the regulators can. That's not unusual, but because ICT and big data impacts everybody's lives, and has impacts on people's privacy, as the regulator was saying, where the information is stored, how it's stored, and who uses it, that can have some very big effects. I just want to tell you, I hope you'll find this amusing, a personal example of this. I have a Facebook page. I've had it for quite a long time now, nearly 10 years. I've started getting ads on my Facebook page for funeral insurance. I hope I'm not old enough to be thinking about funeral insurance yet, and I'm certainly not in the market for funeral insurance, but it's just an example of how data about me is being captured in a way where they're doing profiling and considering the sorts of products that they think I might be interested in. In this case, they've got it totally wrong, but there may be other things that, you know, they're pushing my way that they think that, you know, I might be able to make use of. And this is an example of how data is being captured, processed and reused by business in order to sell products. But there's a multitude of ways in which that's happening. So regulators are struggling to keep up with that and balance those regulations with people's right to privacy and also their right to information. But I think another challenge for all of us, including our own economy, is how we do that in a way that continues to support innovation, because there is no doubt that being able to mine this data and present it in a different way presents enormous opportunities, both for policymakers and for businesses, to use that information in new and innovative ways. And I pointed to Uber as an example in my talk this morning. The government statistician has also talked about how data can be used to improve decision making. There are multitudes of examples, but getting that balance right I think is a real challenge for everybody. And the other thing is that big data is extremely valuable. There's always been a lot of data around, but the fact is that it is so accessible now and it can be cheaply, that it is extremely valuable, and there's a lot of people who want to get their hands on it. So securing that data is becoming a much greater challenge. And, you know, it's scary how you read in the newspaper how many times big businesses have been hacked and that data has been stolen, and we really don't know who's got it or how it might be used. But that's a really frightening thing, that, you know, people out there may want to use it for malicious purposes. And so, of course, governments are concerned about that. Our government is concerned about that. But it's a real challenge to keep up with the pace of the technology to respond to some of those issues that are coming up. I might also say, as a donor, one of the things that we're interested in doing, particularly in our work in the Pacific, is sharing our knowledge and our tools. We started in this space with telecommunications when we started working about a decade ago with countries that were looking to deregulate the telecommunications market, and we were interested in that because of the potential reach and benefits that would bring to people in remote communities. So this is something that we thought we could help with in the regulatory space. And I think it's fair to say that our work in ICT has grown out of that experience of working with countries to develop their regulatory frameworks and arrangements in a way that both protects their citizens but also facilitates the uptake of technology and supports some private sector development. And there's some really exciting things happening in countries like Vanuatu. There's examples outside of people who are doing really, really interesting things with technology that will make that information much more accessible to a wider group of people. But it needs to be facilitated, and that's something that we're interested in doing more of, in bringing governments and the private sector together to sort of see if we can come up with solutions to some of these really tricky problems that potentially will leapfrog over methods that have been used maybe for decades but are now fairly obsolete and don't serve governments well in terms of being able to make faster, more accurate decisions about policy responses to some pretty important issues for ordinary citizens. So these are the sorts of things that I think as governments, as the Australian government, but also as the Vanuatu government, that's really important for us to continue to think about. It's not easy. We don't have all the answers, but it's really important to use forums like this to keep testing our processes and our ideas and our regulations and hearing from stakeholders about what's going on so we can continuously improve.
Thank you, Thomas, High Commissioner, for your view, bring a wide range of topics. On how data is used, how if we're not careful with data, it falls into wrong hands, it can be used against you. We talk about data security, and we would like to get a few from Mr. Metsan on his views regarding big data, and as OGCIO is a big host of very valuable government information, how do you see issues relating to big data and data security and the impact on Vanuatu?
Thank you, Jackson. Good morning, everyone. I think I will make my presentation, my talk in Bishama for the sake of the citizens that are listening online and also through the radios. Good morning, Walgeta. Topic for email the morning, and me talk about big data. Big data, me one English talk. And English talk, me just me no more information. All information where you miss have use more first before you museum you have karem through long all ICT mediums or some low internet through low mobile phone blue me and then through low Facebook and all mobile phones or Facebook and all tablets and all computers blue me. Imilo GCIO mandate blue me and me blue logo them government network. And by saying this, that means that me vela work me make sure say all information, all data where government and me cut, and me must be safeguarded. Safeguarded from say all data you know government and me use make a more decision blame. So me vela OGCIO role blame vela me make sure say all data ya and me for government decisions and also with the latest act to come out, and we citizens and we have access them. So first something, and we make them say data availability. Second one, and we safeguard them. Make sure that data and we save, you know, man and we have corrupt them data. So in credibility, data and me very important. That's one of the things that and me very important. So that government always have rely on data when may exist. Narvala something me must mindful of existing legislation is stop, and mindful of one way im chesta karam some RTI, right to information, all citizens too, all likatrat lo access data ya. So that you make all citizens all likatrat lo access data, you must make sure say the way with citizens access data ya, must be secured. So that means that we will give him information law citizens all along the way where citizen mikaram tataya, but tataya must be deformed lo one way with them heme mikaram must be straightful lo one way government give him them. So role block government lo big tata big one to us from say heme mikem say one way decision we government by me taken today base lo tataya now. When something no we want putum lo face play me say imagine suppose we government system is full down. Tomorrow also the government will proclaim everyone. One of the impact plan the society blame. Impact plan means the government by no makatini access lo data now. And then we want them to lo give him blame everyone say data lo one living age blame today very important. Very important blame must treat all data correctly. So role play me vela logic make sure all data ya all is safeguarded and the government save trust them all data ya lo save make all decision wisely lo citizens play him. Thank you Jackson.
Okay, thank you too much, CIO. I would like to get a few from TVIC, TVL, to give his views on this topic and how you see as an operator, both a long-time operator in Vanuatu, in terms of big data and its impact on our side here.
Thank you, Jackson. I looked at it from a policy point of view, and I looked at three things. One is the supply side, and the demand side, which is the use case. And I looked at the stakeholder collaboration. When I look at the supply side of things, I simply have broken it down to man, machine, and method. And this is the policies around, let's pick, for example, machine. The regulator has said, does Vanuatu have the capacity in terms of infrastructure to be able to collate the volumes of data? And if it doesn't, then do we look at policies for having cloud-based infrastructure? If that's the case, then there has to be some cognizance to the fact that there is data privacy and sovereignty issues. Are we going to liberalize them for the benefit of the society? Because we will not probably be able to afford the infrastructure to be able to process volumes of data, and Google and Amazon Web Services are probably better placed. So a policy around that. And I looked at man. There is a lot of talk about these days about data scientists. These things were not heard before. The old term for data scientists were business analysts. Now data scientists are getting into the depth of data, doing correlations and regressions. Do we have the skills? If we don't, then do we bring the skills from abroad? Now, that also raises a question about human biases, about psychology. You will have data, you will have the scientists doing the manipulation and correlations and whatnot you have. But what is the outcome? What are the outcomes? Is it a true reflection of the sample that has been taken, and how does it impact in the decision making? Now, that's as far as the man is concerned. So, if we were to develop that capability, then there has to be some recognition for some kind of policy around some curriculum in university and in schools. At least we're going in that direction, so that when in 20 or 30 years' time, when this concept is mature, you have people locally who can easily fit into that environment. And I want to talk about method, and this is basically privacy laws. How much of data can you use, can you share, which is not detrimental to the people? Do you seek their consent? How do you seek their consent? And will you be able to freely exchange the data or even sell the data to third parties. I looked at the demand side, which is the use case. There's a lot of applications that can be that can leverage off big data, and Angie, you've talked about it. I'm not going to labor on this point. Cyclone preparedness, climate change, responsiveness to climate change. There is digital financial inclusion, and I hope that the RBV symposium was kind of synced with this symposium, because I think the inputs or outputs of this forum would have really fit each other, and we would have had some very good discussions around how do we include the 60% of Vanuatu's population, is it 60, is it 81, into mainstream financial inclusion. And then of course healthcare, tying it back to super innovation, and basically enabling the government to be able to spend its resources or getting the most out of its dollar, because you have data on people, their health, the demographics, the movement. And the final thing that I looked at is stakeholder collaboration. You've got the supply side, you've got the demand, a policy around how do you get people to share that information. You've got banks, the financial sector, you've got the telcos, you've got NDMO, you've got the elections office, you've got border control. So, in utopia, you would find that everyone is sharing information very liberally for the benefit of everyone and eventually the society. But it's not as easy as it sounds, because there are things like, for example, intellectual property. I mean, two banks sharing information with each other is not imaginable. Maybe two telcos won't share information freely with each other. But if there is a platform where you can say you can overlay some kind of synthetics over actual data, and actually be able to make reasonable inferences from the data, and also at the same time protect the data, the actual data, I think it makes a case for big data to be able to use much more meaningfully. So in a nutshell, that's my interpretation of big data. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Divik, for your views on this particular topic, and we hope that it gives more insight to our listeners and our participants this morning, on especially on the supply and demand side of big data, as you've mentioned. Skill sets, we have programs that are running just outside for smart sisters. We have 11 to 15-year-old primary school and high school girls learning how to program, build websites, develop games, and it's just happening next door. And these are things that we can do to build capacities, especially within our local context here in Vanuatu, on how they can use those skills to collect data in the future, most possibly to assist the government in whatever we want to do with the data and decision makers. And that brings me to our final presenter, panelist this morning. He's Dr. Krekwar. He is from the Department of Strategic Planning and Policy and Aid Coordination, and most of his work, all of what we're doing in terms of telecommunications, regulatory work, policies, and most importantly from statistics. And maybe Director can give us some views on what his agency does with the information that we provide in order to lead us in our establishing our national vision, our plans as a country in terms of development. Thank you, Dr. Krekwar.
Thank you, Jackson. But me total club Bishrama. But before you may come back lamenting thing you may I think me want to briefly no more run through law Perhaps some of you know uh, introduction below ICT or e-government, e-come inside the public sector. Now, public sector, private sector, have also one of the mirror below public sector. And a lot of things where public sector have became, have time below look low whenever private sector make them improve way or the running business floor. And then look at you, the other mini come inside the public sector. So 1990s, I mean, beginning blow, you look at most of the governments only move towards adopting ICT, more e-government, e-come inside the systems, blow. And Vanuatu, I think it was early 2000s, where you make e-government, hemi coming inside. And we were lo planning with them policy, with them coordinations. We deal mainly with them planning, with them policy, provide them all policy advice. And also, we've been hiring colleagues. I mean, data have simply also information. I mean, simply define them also one information. Informations can be in different forms. Also, you come numbers, or letters, or even pictures. And then when you deal with them planning, with them all policies, you always ask them the question below quality, with them relevance, below data. Yeah. There's a lot of things while you store inside the data. By the time when you come do one for the planning, or you write them one policy advice, you always ask them the questions of relevancy. Bringing context play you meet. So what they have relevant context. So policy where you provide them advice we provide them here by having got impact them or not. So and that's come back law issue law informations where you may cut in place. Question for relevancy have me one important one. You look lahem. You got full up all information so around all your stuff in place. But law planning I think law experience for me me spent almost stuck for 20 years in a law planning and policy. But we must tell more say in terms of big data, you're talking about the size and volume of data, I think we have it. Like we panelists will raise some question how you store them, questions of the securities. By the time you come to users, I think me is the question of accessibility. How do you access the information at the right time where you need them? But we go back to experience, let me do some research, let me come back. We come back on what to be very frustrated. It doesn't mean that there's no information. There's information but it's all over the place. It's all over the place, and by the time you reach him information we want them, like it takes a lot of times and a lot of efforts. You reach him information where you want them. And I think that's the things where we need to look at him. The impact of the yes, we can store informations, but suppose you want them information say impact the life of peoples. You must look how you make them immediately available or users play me. Otherwise, we can have a perfect systems of storing information. By the time we can use some information, have available time where you need it. Of course, you make limitations to all data so you may cut and question of relevancy. I use some one of the data below 2000s, below making one planning now. Well, it can at least some part of it can be useful, but you want them one updated information to help them you blow. You do planning play because the context, development context, may change every time. So I think time you may talk about them big data and the impact. We need to look all issues here. Interactions have one for some things. How people have interact with them data where you make it. But I a good example. Local problem is in front of all information so really seems is more in numbers. So you will school blue, you start having much low primary contable secondary. I'm sure that I look more numbers, but you computer blue you close there now. So time you stand one for the place of someone for a policy analyst or planning advisor. You have to be able to translate them numbers, say come into a policy briefs, help them you understand them. Otherwise, you are sick of looking at the numbers. Because numbers, of course, was you had them the primary school play or secondary school play, time you come to real life situations, numbers will be a headache for you for the lifetime. Yeah. So that's the kind of things you may need to consider. So yes, I can you may have a lot of data, but you may need time when you collect them data, you may need to think about them. Who are the users play you me? And by helping you me. Also, me tell them, me come back lo blood research me find them out say yes. There's a lot of information that I need have me available, but it's all over the places. So how you make sure that by pressing a button, you can have the information what users here have me want them. I think it's still a challenge for you. And at law government as a whole, law public sector of Vanuatu, I think that's a reality. You mean no man to use some information here, yeah? You mean no man to use some information. You can tell. You try to look at if you see work after you go train cover. After the money you come back, work back again. Time you ask him information, then it's outdated. Um, but information is available. But you must develop a culture of getting used to updating you with the more information, and then data by him useful. Lo, I mean, a few years back, me data when useful something to me. But after we make them research for me come back, we value say, oh man, little information, me treasure them, and I'm looking for informations. And we have to develop the desire in order for information and become you can impact you and we change them life for you and we transform them way where you do your business for you. Otherwise, we can develop a big data, but suppose users have no look usefulness, relevancy, but use data, yeah. That big data can sit in there until the end of the world, yeah. So you mean need better you mean how you mean value data and how you may use data. And to me, time when you cut them here, by you can impact your life play. Otherwise, we can store information as long as we want. But suppose I mean not valuable to you, I mean it's nothing. We're wasting our effort, resources to collect them all those informations. And government as a whole, it got a lot of information. But how all citizens should interact with them information, I mean very little. I think it's the way you may structure them. You need to look how you may make them data have more accessible to citizens. Bloody use them so that it can have impacts to life blood. Sorry, we talk too much, but I'm stop please.
Okay, thank you, Thomas Krekwar. Lo, you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so we won't be taking any questions. But thank you, Thomas, to our panelists for your very useful discussions. We have views from the operators on data sets that are available. We have issues addressing storage, guidelines on keeping information. You may also got one view, we come law High Commissioner about how suppose you know careful with the information play you. You get into the wrong hands, people always have a use lo advantage we also get a view on supply and demand side of big data, and we also have views from the statistics office, from policy advisor to the government. So information, however it is stored, how it is accessed, is very important. So hemi one high level view, we come lo leaders play me, and we meet alam big fella thank you Thomas. Lo all thing we hemi come, I see someone Doreen would like to lo to fly ask questions directed lo any particular panelist, and then by me start round up. Unfortunately, time limit me catch up.
Okay, thank you to Mas Jackson. Thank you, Big One, all panelists, where you've always have a take him time level up, come more give him information, he come out lo yumi, lo audience, lo topic where him is big data, big impact. For me to talk lo English nanya for the sake of our well, high delegations play will list up. My comment goes to the government and public institutions. When we're talking about big data, I think Vanuatu is accessing data coming from outside through internet. But unfortunately, I don't see much like what Dr. Gregory had said. I don't see much of that local data being stored within our systems. And that's why, like he mentioned, from his experience when doing his research, he was struggling to access and to find information. So that's the issue that we have in Vanuatu. We have access to the internet, we have access to the infrastructure, but unfortunately, we don't provide enough data locally infrastructure to the Vanuatu citizens. They have access to mobile data, which is in the islands and internet here in in town. The question is, it's about how do you help with the government on the privacy of the users? Do you have any considerations or do you have any thoughts of providing some form of privacy? Because like we all know, when you have access to internet, you have access to everything and anything. And as we move on to our next generation, 4G, 5G, will later, maybe in the near future, will have access to Internet of Things, like the car will be programmed to do stuff for you. Your house will be monitored from your office. So everybody, all the citizens of Vanuatu have access. How do and how far and how much have you done to protect the privacy of the users? And this is the new Vanuatu citizens. Thank you very much.
I will add to that. Thank you all panelists. I want to raise this. I have raised it before last year. I want to know when is the government going to set up a information center. This is very important for the users because like now you have rightly said it, that information are all over the place. So it is one of the areas of concern for the users. It is not easy to access information from the government. And this is an area which many of us users, we would like to have a place where it is an election, but you look, everyone, all stop, mobilize, all paper. Hemi one area, after you look all woman, also, lo me no convince. You can talk about a big data, but at the end of the day, me no convince because data hemi talem different, delivery hemi different. So this is where you have to convince the users that yes, we will use the data. If the population is 250,000 fatu, if that is your data, provide the necessity that says 250. Like now, the communication, to be honest, like the last time I say it and they laughed. Do people still climb the trees? Do people still climb the mountains? This goes to digital and TVL. So this is where I said I'm not convinced with the providers when you are talking about the big data. it's not really available. So this is where all of us, we want accessible, affordable, and easy access. Thank you.
Check. How convenient, the mic just goes off before I answer your question. Look, the reality is that there will be people who will probably be still climbing mountains and trees. But the good thing is that, you know, the enough from which, and I'm not an expert in this area, as to my things like random patterns out of random sampling from a good piece of data, and if it is representative of the population, then I think it's a good place to start, and not to ostracize it, saying that this is irrelevant. It's a challenge. I can imagine it's a challenge for everyone, and that's why this panel is here. The government is here, and the regulator is here. In summary, you have to look at a sample of data and make extrapolations out of it. That will go some way in, allaying some of the fears that people have about accepting data.
I think just to make an additional response along one question where he comes at other yes, I think that's the issue of setting up a national setting up a law where it will allow that people who come in to collect information and publish on behalf of Vanuatu, they have to go through certain procedures. But for talking from the perspective of stats, there are quite a lot of information, and it's open to anyone. And if you talk about social sector, economic, we've got a number of informations lying, but I agree to Director Craig that NIVANs are not using this information. If you talk about data, there are lots of different data. You talk about the admin data, you talk about the data which you have to go out there and collect. There's so many, and they're in different sectors like finance, and you are talking about only one state. When you want to compile those, you have to data, then you come back, you compile and turn it into information where a planner like this to monitor and evaluate the progress of the development. It's not like something you just said and then put it on the safe, pick it up. No, there are processes. But coming back to that point, we have a website. If you want to access it, Vanuatu National Statistics Office, you can actually go. There's also a Facebook and YouTube. While I'm speaking, we have just put information on children, health information that you can actually access it at the moment. Unfortunately, we didn't come here to. There is. Now, in the different forms of presentations, you have numbers, you have graphics, and you have what we call infographics, which more of a picture, and we are going into that, which you can actually just see the pictures. When you see the plane, how many flights has been to Malakula, and the other side. When you see crime statistics, you see somebody fighting, male or female, then you see the number on the other side. gender and all this, pregnancy, fidelity rate, all these are there. So I think information is there, and I encourage Nivans to come and to develop or to plan for themselves. I think there's lots of informations, but unfortunately, we are not using those informations. But yes, we have information and database in the country where you can actually access those information. But we have to set a law where it will only those who come into the country, they have to leave the information in the country to be published by the country. And my last message is government cannot to be accountable, government has to be transparent and accountability using data to do the development. Thank you.
Oh. Technology problem, ICT. During questions, if I can summarize, the first one was on the creation of local contents in Vanuatu, because you said that you raised the issue that we download or we see many information on the internet now, but it's coming from overseas. So we need to create local contents. The second one is, how do we control the information that is coming overseas? And many of them, like for your sensitivity and all the other issues that are related to privacy. I will answer the first one. It is true, as the director of the National Strategic and Policy Department said, we have a lot of data in Vanuatu, but it's not properly structured. And the medium or the device for the citizen to access the data is not available. So that is said, we need the government through the office of GCIO now, we are coordinating with all the government departments through a project that we call e-applications. And the e-government was established for the purpose of taking the government to the people using ICT. So at the moment, we are putting together some projects in order to produce local contents, in order to provide the citizens of Vanuatu ways of accessing government through ICTs, and for that purpose, that will produce local contents through e-applications for the e-government. The second one, how do we block contents from overseas coming in? Now we need to be aware about one issue or one policy in the internet that is said free net use. When you say free net use, that means the government cannot dictate or cannot censure what information is available there. We can only do it if our legislation says we don't do it, because it's against a custom, it's against a culture, it's against the things that is related in a constitution or legislation. There is a legislation that is currently in progress of being established, which is called the cybersecurity legislation. And it was an interesting topic yesterday. We discussed about this legislation. But this legislation will only deal with giving a proper and safe environment for the users to use internet in Vanuatu. But in terms of data, it will be a little bit difficult, because you need to treat this .NET free use. The other thing also that I'd like to mention, it's about pornography and all those things that we deal with in Vanuatu. This is a very but I don't think the new cybersecurity legislation can deal, it can deal with it, but we already have some existing legislations that can deal with it. But it's a matter of parental. All papa na, all mama, all communities, all chiefs, this is your duty. And me did you blame me lo house, lo students, lo beginning blame me, make sure say, when you use the internet, you must be responsible. You use them data you're responsible for data W. And me message play vela. But me village seven make everything, every but suppose beginning no responsible it will not stop the issue. Concerning the information centers, it is a good question, but I would like to highlight that the fact that we already have what we call right to information, and this is a unit. This is a unit that exists, and is currently, it was located under my responsibility in OGCIO, but late last year we tried Gregoire's responsibility. So the unit is here to enable citizens with access, go and see. They will help you. There is our, and there is an June information people. And me through say information mi mitalevini so is scattered everywhere. You know got proper structure of mi karam. But me sure say what the money we make the you will have access from law mitalevini say you can access, you can try to look at access to information. You can try to look at data. That's your right. I think by Mr. Plopisa. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I won't take up too much time. So I'll leave the data store paramount for my business and DivEx business here. I'm a firm believer in net freedom. Okay, because at the other end of the scale, you've got nation states. I'm not going to name any, but over in Asia, which are highly restrictive on the type of content that people have access to. Now, a lot of this content can be seen as damaging by social centres, communities and governments, such content and other nefarious guides to how to do dangerous things. So yes, there's a lot in the net which is a bad and dangerous place. However, there needs to be a level of responsibility on the users, their parents, school teachers, community leaders, as far as what is right. Just because there's access to information doesn't necessarily mean it should be used. So while the operators here will support government initiatives if there's any restrictions that need to be placed, but we'll also try to bring an objective view into freedom of internet access, because freedom of information will stipulate growth, educational growth, which will just benefit the society in the long run, and a very small minority of potentially dangerous things which can be controlled through education and other aspects. I don't think you should put that at risk. The other part of your question, which I think was more aimed at the protection of individual citizens, so from people hacking webcams and things like that, as the smart home comes into existence and things like that, what's to stop someone hacking your refrigerator and turning it off and things like that. Look, as that technology has grown, also has the means to protect yourself in your home has grown. Operators, as these things come on, their own safeguards in there to try and protect against these things, but a lot of it will be done at home as well, and the tools are there for when this technology comes to you. The tools are there to protect yourself. Okay, and we will support that, and all ICT leaders in Vanuatu will do the same. I hope that answers that question.
So, currently, able to get this. Why? Privacy, and it's because of security. So we currently with an arrangement coordination law regulator.
Ali been talk about finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Mas Talsi, and also thanks to our panelists for your contributions to this very useful discussion. And we hope that citizens, as the point raised on access to information, we have the office of the Vanuatu Statistics office is close to the Radio Vanuatu building. If you require information, any information regarding social, economic, and other information, just drop in there. We also have the Right to Information Unit up at the Prime Minister's office. There's Harold and his team who are also able to provide any information relating to government, and we hope to see that unit in the future, so we more and more government agents using that office to disseminate information to the general public. But otherwise, thank you so much. You make him one big hand to our panelists for this morning.
Tawi pal kollis takambe blele konu. Okay. Pal mi chachimbo pal teke ma Francis pal pistalo panel session.
Okay, straight. Straight. Okay, nice.
Traps down. Sit down, sit down. Sit down in the middle. Sit down in the middle. Hey.
Ah, straight, right. Kalau nara patri sta charge, kalau nara kamar, dah kau baik dia. Tahu kalau bathroom nama ngapa? Paling itu tu kalau bawaannya nama waste, ni saya move. Sim, bisa move mah. Tapi aku mana presentation tu? Sessionnya. Patri flat konten. Yes. Kalau Patri salah caca.
Mana? Karamot bu, sekarang mau berbeda.
Jadi sekarang.
Nayal sesini gue balon list tahun musuh. Ikutnya nau. Pamitay temap semula.
Gue kama. Phone belum? No. Lagi mah caca bakaran mah Patri blok sampai di caca. Mana? Tahu ya? Mana caca ini? Straight one time. Rob, look zero. Dekat the phone do fret, ha? Phone do fret is. Hey. Mana may vera ba? Ha? Rob, karama. Rob, ano ko deh? Yo. Laga one chacha chan. Basta pla bu yusi mai go me plu me. Me. Shh. Tawi, basta yusi me. Ha?
Pusin talim, tapi sikit ni me, lobi setalim. Tapi si wog nak mulwog nyawa, lunch break ini.
No, because it's prepared because we work in lunch. What is it provided? We don't have any lunch. Yeah, but context is different now. Because we work. Probably work no matter what. I'm not time to. Bring him what? After that one. Yeah. Bring him slow. gara basket beliau? Hah? Hah? Mandu gara basket beliau?
Kayu.
Mimi nak main ini.
Kita nak main ini. Ini ada restoran kota.
Lobo.
Yes.
Kan.
Belum start lagi sah.
Nak bermain si Steven Ibu. Hah?
You ring Marcel. You ring Marcel. Udah kira mau ta something ya? Swimming semula? Kamu?
No,
From motoreta tu. Alim ko.
Gimana ini sebenarnya Steven siapa ring pak kono? Taruh motor.
No, ini ring long time finish ya.
Long time, ringnya kota pasir.
Bisa dekat kredit itu no?
Ini ring mana ya? Biar sebentar pun flat. Bisa ada mas. Di batu atau ring mana? Ada ring kecil ya, mas.
Nanti dekat dinding dekat cek.
Mana mi dalam sekali mau kuat ikut.
Dalam cek mau tahu itu kan waktu.
Tahu kamu sih?
Oh, itu standar. Itu standar tu.
Front ya tu ni.
No, torrente me con bien senza son rumbo.
Torrente standar.
Ini nak tu. Tahu lihat mana? Ini lihat kopi mana? Mana mi sekali mau kuat ikut. Ini tengah buka.
Kenapa? Jadi sekarang kakak kan?
Mana? Beli misalnya.
Jadi itu kakak ya? Oke.
Klik.
Emel 100 masih 120 something man. Jangan banyak semir.
Ya sudah lo 6 tempat kan?
Enggak ini orang tak.
Ojo distot.
Ojo.
Oh no, one man ini.
Ojo distot from anda bipik. Mana ya from everything blem. Bigo tahun ini alene ya beli pustu. Saya jadi ya from switch. Quem daí não? A fiz mesmo é vai pi. Só então não quem vai. Bem bem bem.
Pak, wan ini susah lo boy.
Mas que se faz não quando mais que está tudo bem. Minha livro não foi não. Se não é from aquele eu não one piece não sei se o chama estava. Se o nome sabia real não vai.
Emna ilu kau temen ni be.
Kami betul lo bisa nama je.
Fino. Ibu lagi mantap ya, lebih mantap ni ibu lagi.
Cani sih mi kemne. Karena mau cakap mi kau ya le. Kau temu tu bisa. Ipase ko. Hah? Ipase ko ya.
Yes, iko kalau Valencia, ini Valencia mah.
Yes.
Dalam sih.
Ni hari para. Jurikot.
Kamu bersih.
Son lu bisa?
Ano kan está con mo?
Yo no.
Ay, serio.
Yo no estaba en
Yo no estoy bien.
Relation lu bisa?
So, if I can ask Sue to join us
Nih kamu.
for this ask. Way up. Thank you once again for.
Sino ba yung putumbak mo está sa tete.
Lu bisa clear mo o naruan ni clear?
For this session.
Okay, na ba yung
And
from nse olimiko sa namtete drive up lusaw ni kamat.
Teme.
No, so liputu memeko.
Susukam.
Liputu memeko em pungap drive up leme be oji sil pas leme. From me drive up leme no kat.
Ina yo sunya.
Na yo sem saw ni kami kam leme kam.
Ina yo na.
Yes, so our second topic for this morning is session number 2. It's innovation in the age of Internet of Things.
White shot pa imas
And
tanong
I am
maksudnya.
sure
Alin kamera
most of
imas kupak dulu.
us sitting here will be wondering what Internet of Things is. We are very fortunate to have our very high-level experts here who will assist us in defining what Internet of Things is. I will introduce the panels. On my right is Dan McCary. He's not new to ICT development in Vanuatu. He's been here for over 15 years, I suppose. 14, sorry. And he has helped us a lot in our ICT development here in Vanuatu. He's the media director for Daily Post and Bus FM. On my left is Ms. Sue Bryant. She is the Business Solutions Director for Huawei, based out of Australia. Thank you for joining us today in this session. And after Sue is Hussein. Hussein is a technologist, and he has traveled all the way from the Netherlands to be with us over these 2 days. So we hope you're catching on well with Pacific Group Limited, and most of the chief information and after Mr. Wisit Payakun, he's the project officer with the Asia Pacific International Telecom Union Regional Office, based out of Bangkok in Thailand. And it is our pleasure to have you all here today. And we hope you can give us some information on what Internet of Things is, how you go about doing things so that devices are able to talk to each other, and etc. So we will start our discussions. Maybe we will start from Sue to give us a short presentation on to give an overview on IoT, as it is commonly referred to, from Huawei's perspective, and then we can take our discussions from here. Thank you, Sue.
So I think this morning's session on big data is probably a good lead-in. IoT taking new around environment the would lead in that will big data one of the people in our like in a looking out in the which others vehicle get these yeah. So if we look at IoT, fundamentally it is really just three major things. It is intelligent sensors that are now being built to put in all different devices. And to put these sensors in the devices, companies are developing an operating system that would allow the device to talk or collect data from that device. So we might want to collect data from the device, or we might want to control the device. An example of control would be if I had a video camera connected to the network and I wanted to control where the video camera panned to. So in these devices that used to be dumb, we will now put these sensors that enable them to be smarter, to be controlled and to collect information. And across across the device itself will be connected through a network, and most of the networks that people are talking about connecting these devices to are mobile networks. So it will be probably the phone company, probably Digicel or Vanuatu Telecom's network, where they will get this information from these devices. And at the back end, there's the big data platform that is analysing all this data and information. And that fundamentally is what IoT is about. There are some challenges that we face in technology terms around IoT moving forward, but a lot of these challenges have started to become standardized. And so that's why I work in the ICT industry, and I've worked there for many years, but that's why the ICT industry has all of a sudden become very excited about this area, because this is really becoming standardized around the sensors, around how we collect information from sensors. We now have network technology that is standardized for the phone companies to collect the information from these sensors, and we're now starting to see standards coming around the big data area for how we manage all this information. And I know one of the questions this morning was around managing private information, right? There's a big project that's going on at the moment in Singapore, which I know a lot bigger than Vanuatu, but there's similarities, it doesn't really matter on size, where they are looking at collecting a lot of video footage from all over Singapore, and then they're going to analyse that footage, and they're going to use it for things like crowd control or traffic control or policing or whatever. And so a lot of the project is around how we capture that data and then take away all the private information. So we don't want to see people's faces, for example, or we don't want to see their number plates in some instances. So a lot of work is being done around big data and around cleansing of that data so that we can make sure that we all retain our privacy around that. So I think I said before that smart home was one area. This is just depicting some of the aspects of what might happen in your home eventually. And if you were in the home and you wanted to control these devices yourself, then you would obviously probably be doing this across the internet, connected maybe to Digicel or Vanuatu Telecom's last mile mobile network. But many different aspects of that we will see happening over, the next 10 years. So all devices will eventually, even refrigerators, will become a lot smarter, and it will then be up to us whether we want to use that smartness to control these devices in a better way. This is an example of what's going on in New Zealand, where the phone company down there is called Spark. Is actually involved in projects with the dairy industry, because obviously in New Zealand they have big dairy industry, and so they're using sensors to look at things like monitoring the soil where the cattle are, looking at weather conditions, actually monitoring the cattle and how much feed they're using, all those different aspects to make agriculture and dairy industry in New Zealand a lot better. So starting to see some work in New Zealand around agriculture. And one other thing that might be more relevant to Vanuatu is around cargo. And I know that cargo and shipping is always an issue in the islands. And so there's a lot of work now going on around adding sensors to containers, not only to track the containers and make sure that people don't steal things, but also to actually look at the container and that there's it's not getting eroded from sitting there too long, that if it's refrigerated, that it's working. All these sorts of aspects around shipping and tracking of transportation is starting to come about as well. So I think there's many opportunities in Vanuatu for IoT. It's just that you need to look at them, of the ones that you think are relevant to your country that will make life a lot better. And I think from my point of view, I work for a technology company. What we are trying to do at the moment is form ecosystems of different companies who have different pieces of technology in this IoT solution, so that together we can create solutions for, say, smart cargo tracking, where there might be several vendors with different sensors, the phone company with the network, the big data platforms and the analytics behind that to analyse what's going on. So I think if you were to look at IoT in Vanuatu, I would pick a couple of areas, maybe look at a pilot, and then try and figure out your ecosystem of partners that you want to use to try out this new technology and see how it's going to value Vanuatu going forward. So thank you.
Giving us an introduction to IoT. Welcome Dan. If you blame develop coming to and
Jackson. Check. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Jackson. Sa posirai pa mi kim smototok lo mi lo bislama lo benefit lo al getaway savekam al getaway stali tube. Hello. Still there? Yeah. Okay. But we start with the one story. Mi vlat 3 blo everyone something will happen lo mi vlat lo Pacific. Mi vlat 3 blo Call of Fiji. Mi Canada. One friend of me we hem blo Kenya. My last one mi Jimmy we hem blo Vanuatu nomo. Mi vlat Call of Fiji. Lo Fiji at style blond keta way only make him business blond ket hemi different hemi non semblo you lo Vanuatu price hemi you ask him on something man where hemi man where hemi hold him where hemi want to sell him hemi tell him price lo you suppose you like him you no you be finish lo place et back you saving it's just not working ale mi now first one block lo store mo mi sem mi vla lo Canada mi vla sem lo Vanuatu be price mi price be etem contract mi been working all on the before so mi say some 1M style way me want to make him me stand up me storekeeper say basket sem one handbag ale he tell him price me tell him say no I'm too much after small after me say no he still me too much after him say no me no must have a go me say well lo time yana him block come through well man Kenya lo only savait blow haggle and blow really only negotiate ale den price blow 100 hemi tell him say no you are so, you want more storekeeper he tell him say hey, you start stealing caca lo Blood Piganini blood me to fly sem cross we cross to fly negotiate coco Hesponi caravan price where more good first time. After me look boy Vanuatu yeah outside of Vanuatu before my first time blame me come out of country and me stand up he look storekeeper after me say me say by mega one them yeah by one but Jimmy look storekeeper he tell him say by me take him same one and I him win him where he win him through the hard work law way me fly come before Vanuatu law Internet of Things you me all sem now where you me save let go or some you me save learn them blow deal with them blow look all country on Naraman where Mohemi important say you me learn them lo two get aside you me learn them one way you me want to make them with them more you me learn them one way you me know want them from say some way you may talk about the first session today the morning big data hemi carry big responsibility hemi carry danger too possibility on top of him so hemi one way hemi important say you me open him I blow you me aware say one of big data most two hemi help him you me blow tell him out small one of big data. But I think some blow you me by you me tenants oh I'm you know blow I'm blow outside so I'm you know blow you me. But I mean no true from one part blow Internet of Things, I start a pocket blow you me everyone. And my phone yeah me lo phone blow me save call but at the same time suppose me press them one button lo screen ya him but me on them TV blow me where TV start a house suppose me use one different app where him me one Netflix application me one movie one place blow look TV show me press them one button on top picture blehem by come out lo TV blow me so even me start lo place me save start them one movie or some blood picking in or watch them the house. That's the Internet of Things. I know some kind something where you miss have a make them with them. So Internet of Things, have me join them. He make I say every something where you may walk with them, have me stop one place. Every something where you may want them connect with him, you miss have a make them. So he pull them every something, every information, he come call us up to you me. But at the same time, he make them full up information he clear too. So suppose me no one them say man suppose me lose some phone blow me. Why me or some where me hold them phone blow me. Me save full up something. Well me save spend their money blow me. Me save control them TV blow me. Me save control them computer blow me too. Where every information blow me stop him. So me some bush knife where me save cut them me save brush them ground but me save cut them hand too. Me thinks me important me understand them. Thing. How now by you me deal with them? You don't need me fried too much. You don't need me hard work too much. I think suppose where you me make them some Jimmy, where you me look one and when Naraman you make them, you me learn them lesson blow Naraman. One time you me look something where you could, you me tell us by me taking same across him. Well, suppose you me make them I think by you me find them one way, blow make them Internet of Things he serve him you me. One last point where by me make him you me tell us say okay all rich man all he got Internet of Things. So say me lucky or say me got full up something, me got TV, me got internet, me got nice phone, etc. But Internet of Things he start help him you me finish. Then you me look all weather report, then you me have all volcano warnings, then you me manage them on fisheries blue you me every something he happened through remote sensing devices where him some technical talk blow tell him say Internet of Things. So Internet of Things he start with the you me finish more you me lo house by you me no got thermostat or some you me no worry too much lo one way start lo icebox some blow you me even you me no got icebox even you me no got power the Internet of Things he stop affecting yet. So I think by me just finish him lo place yeah tell him say he start with the you me na yeah but you know I mean no one something blue you me must fright him he was one something where you me must learn him but you me must learn him some one way where he straight lo life more fashion more thinking too. Thank you too much.
Thank you, Thomas Dan. Lo information we have give him about topic. Yeah. I will now ask Hussein to give us a few on your experience with IoT, especially that we understand you've been involved in a whole bunch of things around this area. If you can just give us a few on how you see IoT small islands such as Vanuatu and maybe also least developed and developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So it works, right? Maybe I should first expand on my introduction because probably what says on the program doesn't explain much about what my credentials are. I do work for a major technology company in Europe um, as the chief technologist for the public sector IoT implementations and future cities. But I didn't want to use that official title because I'm in the EMEA region and this is APJ. I didn't want to start a political conflict in the organization. So it's better just to go by my name and technologist. So yeah, it was a privilege to be invited here to speak and share my experience and learn from each other. I think I quite liked your introduction, Jackson, in the beginning for this panel. You said that we need to define what IoT is. We really have to do that. And I also liked Dulcie's presentation earlier for big data, where she was saying first we have to start with the definition of big data. Yeah, we have to define IoT because I'm guessing that everybody understands something slightly different from it. It reminds me of where cloud was about 5 years ago. If I walked into a room and if I asked people what cloud meant, pretty much if you had 200 people in the room, you would get 200 different definitions of what cloud was. And cloud was around for a really long time. Computing to be delivered as a service was around for many years. It was being used, but then cloud as a term became a hype later on. And actually the definition was pretty simple. We could really base our definitions on generic terms. I don't want to go back to cloud definition, but very quickly, if you had, well, to use water in your buildings, in your offices, at home and everywhere, but you don't necessarily build your own water storage and sanitation systems. Water gets delivered to you in the piping network. Then use electricity in your buildings as well, but you don't actually build your own electricity generation systems. It gets delivered to you on the electricity network. You need computing, so computing should get delivered to you over your communication network. You shouldn't build your own data centers and computing systems. That's what cloud is. So if we base our definitions on generic terms like this, I think it will be easy to build up on those things very quickly. IoT is in a similar space right now. We really need to generalize what it means. Basically, it is a technological setting where we connect things, physical things, capture data from them, comprehend that data we collected, and create value out of that data. That's four steps in the technological setting. So it is connection, capturing the data, comprehending that data, making meaning out of that data, and creating value out of that. So connection is the first thing, connecting things into the network of internet. Some things are built for the purpose of being connected. They come with some embedded sensors in them. So it's easier to collect data from them, raw data. But some things are not made for that purpose. These days we want to collect data from trees or chairs. Things are not really done for the purpose of being connected. So we embed sensors afterwards. So we do that connectivity. And then we need to capture that data. We need to take that data, raw data from that thing. So data comes in all different formats. There are all different networking protocols. We need to standardize that data. So we use gateways to standardize those network communications. And then we feed that data into some on-site, we call it edge computing, on-site computing systems, and also to the backends where we process the data. We talk about connected car these days, for instance. So connected car is about a lot of things, but it's also about personalizing the content you get delivered to while you're driving the car, for instance. So it is really not realistic to think that every single data by yourself about the driver, for instance, is going to get streamed to a data center. It's going to get processed there, and it's going to get streamed back to you in a very intelligent way. So the system automatically knows what you're looking for or what your settings are. That's not very realistic. The bandwidth is not there. The computing systems are not there. Often, you cannot stream everything to the backends. You need to do your processing. You need to do your analytics on the site, within the car, if it's connected car, for instance. So that's edge computing. So at that capturing the data there are two different elements basically, on-site and back-end. And once we capture that data, the next thing is to comprehend that data. We need to see the patterns. We need to see the relations in that set of data. We need to make meaning out of that data. Hence, we can create value out of that data. Once we create some intelligence, we can feed that intelligence back into human processes and automated business processes, and even back to the things, so they can take proactive actions for you. So the traffic lights automatically, for instance, they can change their color based on the traffic level. So the data, the intelligence actually fed back into the traffic light network. So that connection, capturing, comprehension, and creation, those 4 C's are what IoT is. Usually when we are building a technical framework, we put 2 additional layers on top of those vertical layers. One is security, the other one is servicing. So we call this framework 4C2S. So the 4 C's that I mentioned, connection, capturing, comprehension and creation, and servicing and security, the vertical layers, 4C2S is the framework that we use to articulate IoT. Then we use it to articulate the technical enablers underneath each layer, and then we talk to our clients about what we can do for them. And what we can do for them can be quite diverse. I mean, as I said, IoT, not as a term, but as a technological setting, has been available for a really long time. We have clients in Europe where they've been using sensor technology in their factories for a really long time, like for 20 years. When we come up with IoT story to them, often they say, oh, we've been doing that for a really long time, but we didn't call it IoT. We go to the Portuguese government and we want to tell them that we can now help them with smart forest network systems, where we can detect forest fires before it happens, because forest fire is a big challenge in Portugal, I believe in Australia as well. And they tell us, well, similar things have, they've been available around. And look at Spain, in the north of Spain, they already implemented it like 15 years ago. They didn't call it IoT. Well, true. These days, what we can do better is the connectivity protocols and the range of sensors that we have right now has grown exponentially. So we can do a lot more than what was done before, and we can do it in a lot more efficient fashion. We can help governments with forest fires if that's a requirement. That might not be a major challenge in Vanuatu. The challenges are different, but it is a challenge in Australia, for instance. In the commercial setting, we make industrial facilities and factories of our clients a lot more efficient places, more effective places, by using IoT, by using sensor technology. And actually, we can really touch lives with IoT. One project we've been piloting in the Netherlands, that's where I'm based, was connected ambulance project. So that's a telemedicine project where we virtually bring the doctor's expertise into the ambulance. Ambulance vehicles these days, they are very, very well equipped. They are like mini casualty centers, if you like. All the facilitations available there. Just that knowledge is not there. The doctor is not there. The health professionals available in the ambulances, they just don't have the knowledge of what to do in each case. And for the Netherlands case, for instance, there are strict rules about how quickly a patient needs to be treated depending on what the situation is. If it's a heart attack, it's 15 minutes. That's the health regulation, and that's dictated to the health insurance providers. So when there's traffic, when the weather conditions are not good, that 15 minutes doesn't become very realistic. So a good solution was what we tried to implement in that pilot project, by bringing the doctor's knowledge into the vehicle, as I said. So where the IoT element here is, we take even the heart rate, real-time heart rate from the patient, and we stream it to the doctor real time. So we take doctor's video footage where the doctor is giving instructions back into the vehicle, but it's a two-way communication. Well, it's not only the heart rate, there's a lot more information we send about the patient to the doctor. So that's where this sensor technology comes into play. IoT can really change lives. It can save lives. If you ask me where we stand in terms of that pilot project in the Netherlands, we have to put it on hold. Well, I'm saying that because this is an interesting point. If you really want to make use of IoT, it's not only about technology. We really need to look at political side of it, process side of it, and people side of it. In the Netherlands, we proved that it can work. We looked at the, exceptional cases about what's going to happen if the connectivity is gonna be gone when you get into a tunnel for the next 3 minutes. So you have to prepare for those cases as well. Everything is done very nicely. But then it became a huge question about where the doctor needs to be at that time, who needs to pay for that doctor. If they're at the hospital or if they're at their home, they're allocated on different tasks. So when they now need to assist some ambulances, who needs to take the responsibility for that? Just the legislation, just the protocols, just the system is not ready for it. So luckily, we are now taking it to the neighboring country, Belgium, where we will be piloting it very soon as well. I think IoT can be a major game changer in a place like Vanuatu, especially in telematics with healthcare and education. I see huge use case for it, huge number of use cases for it, but we need to work through them. And it's not only about technology, as I said. We need to look at the people side of it and process side of it as well. We need to know how to implement that technology, but we need to also define the rules about who takes responsibility on what when things go a certain way. We need to define all of those. So that's.
For side on IoT from a perspective, especially addressing telemedicine area, and we have also piloted a here in Vanuatu, and for those of us who are interested, the project team will be speaking tomorrow at 12:30 on telemedicine project that was carried out in Nafiso on Maivoa. So project bali talk about tomorrow lo half 12. Hemi very interesting. How nes hemi save talk lo dokta through lo technology. Mo hemi also save treat more patient. We would like to turn our attention to visit at the corner there to discuss ITU's perspective on Internet of Things and how you see member countries uptaking or and any other challenges that you see IoT being taken up by member countries.
Hello, hello. Yep. Thank you, Jackson. And I'm from ITU, International Telecommunication Union. So I will be quite brief. And talking about the IoT from ITU perspective, we are looking at mainly three aspects or three dimensions. First is about the standardization. I think we heard the panelists already spoke about it. We need to have a standard, and this is very important for the industry and also for the government to understand and also to define the standard. How to connect these devices, how to make these devices interoperable and also cost affordable. And the second aspect that we are looking at is about the spectrum or radio frequencies, because mostly the devices, the IoT devices use the wireless communication. So that is another important aspect that the regulator or the government also needs to look at. And the last dimension is about the use the applications of IoTs. So we are looking at how people would benefit from this concept or these technologies. So that would concern some policy and regulations because once the IoT is being used in a wider scale, so there might be some issues or something that the government need to regulate or to guide the industry or even guide the people how to use that properly and also safely. So these are three dimensions that we are looking at. I don't think I will go into details because it's quite technical, but what I like to highlight today, and especially for Vanuatu, and I'm glad that some speakers earlier already mentioned about it. First, the definition. And I heard that we talk about the definition of big data, the definition of the IoT. Um, when we look at the definitions of IoT, it was defined by several organizations, and some are quite common, some are different. For example, if you look at the wiki, it says about something. GSMA also have its own definition. Cisco has its own definition. But from ITU, we define the definition of the IoT, taking into account the ecosystem of the IoT. So we see the IoT as a global infrastructure which connects physical things and virtual things together. Physical things are that you see the devices, small devices with the sensors and all that. Virtual things are data and information. And not only the global infrastructure which connect these things, it utilize or collect and analyze data and information for particular purposes. And this is very important because either we are talking or using big data or IoT. I think first thing that we need to know what we want to do, what we want to do with these IoTs or big data. Sometimes people try to understand that what they don't need to understand. They don't need to understand it. So when we are talking about the big data, we're talking about a huge volume of big data. And many cases, the data that you have is not really big data. So the big data would happen because of these IoTs. A lot of IoTs, which we use them to collect information and to analyze or do some analytics. So I think for one or two, hello. For one or two, I think if we look at the applications, how to I think that is a hello. Is it good? Okay. It was the first warning, so I'm not going to wait for the second warning. I will wrap up, and this is a key message that I like to convey to people of Vanuatu. And I'm glad that Sue also mentioned. She said that maybe you can pick only one or two applications or domains that you want to try this IoT, and that I fully agree with that. So perhaps you could look at something about smart agriculture, smart farming, which is quite relevant to Vanuatu, and it has been demonstrated, proven in many countries using the IoTs. So that is very, from from my opinion, I think that looks very promising. That you could try doing some IoTs with agriculture. And another area which could be possible is also for Vanuatu is about emergency or disaster communication. communication or disaster management. So I think that is the message from me this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wizard, for giving us an overview on how ITU is working to address issues around IoT. Especially, you've covered very good points on standardization. It's something that we also working on. Here in Vanuatu, to make sure that whatever devices and equipment that we get in is able to interoperate with other devices and radio frequencies, as well as the use of IoT apps. So, lastly, by Miascom Fred, Samuel, to give an overview on what's being said by other panelists. What are some of the possible challenges you see for Vanuatu in terms of the uptake of IoT?
Good day, everyone. First of all, I think my name, a bit of an overview of myself. So my name is Fred Samuel. I was the former government CIO over the last 5 years until I actually resigned 1.5 years ago. And I've now set up my own private consulting firm. So I'll be talking from the perspective of from the government and policy, and as well as probably regulation. But also I'd like to give my perspective from a private sector consulting point of view. So I think the main subject for this panel session is Internet of Things, and the theme for this year is big data for big impact. Internet of Things and big data is two very big words, and I'm sure that it's quite complex, especially for simple citizens to understand what is the Internet of Things and what is big data. Obviously, the people of Vanuatu and distinguished ICT experts who've come across the Pacific, I think we are fortunate to be here this week in Vanuatu. Here right in front of us in the panel, we have some of the highly distinguished guests from the industry. We have Shrew from Huawei, who represent a major global manufacturer of telecom and ICT equipment. She shared some of her insight on the definition of big data and as well as Internet of Things. We've had Hussein, who's a technology expert, who's worked a lot, especially in the Asia, Middle East, and as well as in Europe. And as well as we have Wizard, who represent ITU, International Telecommunication Union, which is responsible for standardization of ICT and telecom standards across the globe. So, given my experience rolling out the e-government network, was involved with setting up the DRR, the rollout of the submarine cable, the deployment of the e-government network. I'll give my perspective on the Internet of Things and as well as big data, and I'll give my perspective also on being a private entrepreneur. I think first of all, how I define Internet of Things and big data, I'd like to go back history and make it as simple as I can so everyone understand. I think if you recall back early 80s to 90s, even up to early 2000, the mobile coverage was very limited. In fact, there was no mobile, there was only fixed line. Not everyone has access to a mobile phone or telephone. It was seen at the time as a luxury product, so only the rich can afford. So I think the intention of the government at that time was, first of all, before we start connecting things like materials, let's connect human beings. So the effort of the government at the time was, let's see how we can connect the people, because I think the people we are human beings. We need to communicate it. Families need to keep in touch. We need to save lives. We need education. So the focus was all about connecting human beings. And I think the government of Vanuatu has done a lot in terms of liberalizing the market, open up telecommunication market, allowing for other operators to establish in Vanuatu. So we managed to connect a lot of human beings. But then the demand changes. They not only want to be able to send text and voice, but they want to also connect on broadband. So we set up our 3 national policies: universal access policy, national ICT policy, and cybersecurity policy. and we mandated TVL and Digital and other operators to help us to roll out broadband into more rural areas. So finally, most of us, or I'm proud to say, we are one of the highest, we are one of the lucky ones in the Pacific that we have high penetration of mobile phones for all our citizens. And we're now slowly rolling out broadband. So I think so far we've done well in terms of connecting human beings, but now things have changed. Now we started to connect the things. So I'm sure our panelists, as distinguished panelists have explained, have given the definition about Internet of Things. I think for me, I'll just give my overview of what I think the Internet of Things are now and into the future in Vanuatu. So let's look at our daily lives. First of all, as a user, we have fridge, we have our cars, we have our kids, we have our computers, we have our house. We need security. And if you look into business, we have our offices that we need to protect. If we look at health, education, we have remote health centers around Vanuatu that maybe they need to be connected as well. But also, when it comes to disaster, we have volcano, we have earthquake. We need to monitor those things as well. So I think the connectivity has moved beyond human beings to now starting to connect things. So it's quite exciting. Some people, probably this is new to them, Internet of Things. People will be worried. Why are we going to start to connect object? I think for me, I think being in the industry for the last 23 years is quite exciting, because now it's about time to start connecting things to save life. Time to start connecting, especially in Vanuatu, where we are ranked now the highest risk country in the world. How can we use technology? How can we connect things to start, be able to monitor lives? I'm pleased to say that while I was the government CIO, one of the projects that I delivered was to connect Marum on Ambrem, and as well as to connect Yasu Volcano on Dana. I call them Internet of Things because I actually negotiated with 8 donors to actually put cameras and sensor in all those both volcanoes, so Meteo Department and NDMO can sense the movement of volcano in real time. And by capturing those data in real time, it means they can alert, they can inform citizens well in advance. That's a very classic example of Internet of Things. And I think, unfortunately, it was raining, but we organized to have a drone demonstration. But now it's starting to connect drone. Drone, I'm sure all of you have seen drone. It's a flying object. It captures images. But I think that's one interesting innovation, one interesting technology that we have to monitor, because it can help us to save life. Drone can actually deliver, it's got the possibility to deliver drugs, medicine in the remote areas. That could be much more efficient than using traditional mode of transportation of medicine, using plane and transportation. Drone can help us in agriculture sector as well, can help us to monitor ocean, our reefs, seas. So I call that Internet of Things. And I'm sure in the future, we'll start to see more of Internet of Things, but for the right reason and to help us to develop Vanuatu. So I think the future is bright. The Internet of Things will bring more benefits to Vanuatu. There's no question about that. So what should the government do? What are the challenges for the government? I think, first of all, especially from the government point of view, I encourage all the department and ministry to recognize the potentials of Internet of Things. You need to do a lot of more research about the Internet of Things, how to connect materials and things, how it can help your sector to achieve its development goals. I think for the government policy and for the government, and as well as from the policy perspective and from the regulatory perspective, we need to keep abreast. We need to monitor the developments that are happening globally in the area of Internet of Things, and capitalize on the opportunities that are available. Let's make sure we begin the right technology that will have the right applications for Vanuatu and that could save life. I'm speaking not only for Vanuatu, but I'm sure there's other regional colleagues around. We need to capitalize on the opportunity and help to identify the right Internet of Things to help us to improve our highland nations. From a private sector point of view, I'd say it's exciting. The Internet of Things definitely will give us more opportunities. Align with big players like Huawei, Digital, TVL, and as well as Cambium Networks, they all here. Other technology providers who are around, and identify what solutions good work for Vanuatu and will benefit the people of Vanuatu in terms of achieving its development goals. I think that's a very quick, brief overview that I can share with you. Regarding the big data is a very big term. As more and more Ni Vanuatu, as more and more Pacific Islanders actually have access to smart devices and phones, as more government departments use e-government applications, as they roll out more applications for citizens, will start to capture a lot more data. Before, I'll switch to Pislama, before you meet tok no molo telephone. So TVL and digital, they only hold your data for the phone call you make. But now you make a phone call, you send SMS, you send pictures, you capture videos, you share. There's a lot more millions of data in any forms, whether text, video, or audio, now being made available. The question to the government now and various other stakeholders that we have all this data. The Ministry of Finance holds a lot of data. Statistics Office holds a lot of data. Health sector, they hold a lot of data. How can we get those data and make use of it, get the intelligence out of data, and come up with some very good policy to develop Vanuatu? Equally well, same goes to our Pacific Island nation. There will be a lot of data. And as more kids, more family members get access to smartphone, there will be more data. How can we capture those data and make use of it for the advantage of the development of our island nation? Having said that, I encourage the government to be mindful of online privacy, the privacy of individual. We have to give citizens to our citizens. While they're actually creating a lot of data, we need to give them the trust as well. We need to secure the data. We need to give them that confidence that by using the data, we can produce something that is meaningful and can help their life to prosper and not damage their life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fred, for your summary on what we've been discussing over the session. And I would like to also thank the panelists. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we will not be taking any questions as speakers on this next session are also engaged in the IGF across the room. So can we all give a big round of applause to our speakers? They will be around. If you have any further questions, please approach them. Wisid will be around, so is Hussein and Sue, as well as Fred and Dan, who are always around here in Port Vila. So if you have any questions on Internet of Things, please do feel free to ask our speakers for more information on this topic. With that, we will now close the session, and we'll ask our panelists to, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, thank you to who are here with us. We have Donnie, we have Elizabeth, and also Noel. If you could join me on stage.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I will introduce our panelists for this session. I think if like I'm looking start talk since first session finish. Me hope so if pay with them mivala as you start run through the session. Thanks to those who are joining us also online and also listening to the national radio as we cover this Pacific ICT Days throughout this day. So by me introducing panelists, on my left is Mr. Tony De Freitas. He's a consultant with the Pacific Island Regulatory Resource Center based out of Fiji, and they provide a lot of support to telecommunication regulators around the Pacific. And we're glad to have Tony here with us today to talk about online privacy. And also after Tony is Noel. Noel de Guzman is from the Internet Society. She's based out of Manila in the Philippines, and she's been here yesterday to conduct a workshop on online privacy. And I'm sure her discussions today will give us some information on how the participation of yesterday's workshop was. And yeah, and to my far left is Elizabeth Leakey. She's from the University of the South Pacific, MLS campus here in Port Vila. And thank you, Elizabeth, for joining us for this session. And we hope that our discussions today will address a lot of issues, maybe do some sort of awareness to a lot of our youth and young people, also normal users who use a lot of the internet to as a capacity, as a learning curve for us. So firstly, I will ask Tony, since he's sitting closer to me, to give his views from a regulatory perspective on online privacy and his work with regulators around the Pacific Islands, how that issue is being addressed from a regulatory point of view.
Thank you, Jackson. As introduced, I am director in a project that provides advice to most of the Pacific Island countries on ICT regulatory matters. In respect of online privacy, however, the regulators typically focus on regulation of the internet, the infrastructure, issues of cost, accessibility, etc. But we don't normally advise on content regulation. However, in reviewing the internet and the issues involved, we see the need to ensure that the internet itself is safe and secure for use. And when using the internet, you need to have the trust and confidence that it is a safe and secure environment. Unfortunately, it is not. And we need, in our view, to create an understanding of how the internet works, for people to begin to understand the dangers of using it, the privacy-related issues you have when you're using it, and the fact that your information could be easily compromised. Part of the theme for today is big data and looking at issues of Internet of Things. To ensure privacy on the internet, very often there's an attempt to have you use passwords, etc., to make sure your internet information is safe. That only works at a certain level, because every time you use the internet in a wireless environment, there is a possibility of people capturing your information. There is a drive as recognized now in addressing big data to have a lot of information about you captured and used. Unfortunately, the people capturing your information and using your information and creating big data and analyzing often don't tell you that they are collecting the information. And a situation results where with enough data, there are people who can know more about you and your preferences quite often than you know about yourself. They can predict what product you're most likely to buy. They can figure out what you're likely to do in a given situation. And this is not futuristic science fiction. This is happening now. So we need, from a regulatory perspective, to determine what data is captured, who keeps it, and who is able to use it. More importantly, from you, the user, is what information you are willing to share and who you're willing to share it with. We talk about the passwords and the rest of it. If you have a password and it's somebody finds it and use it, you can change your password. Some of the approaches for big data and what you want to do now require you to use your fingerprint, and other methods of identification. Just as a thought, if somebody compromises the use of your fingerprint and starts using your fingerprint, you begin to see you have a problem. You can't change your fingerprint, but somebody else has it using. So privacy, I relate to privacy, your security on the online is a serious issue. What the regulators need to do is, first of all, find out what your concerns are, and secondly, develop legislation, regulation to ensure that the internet becomes safe. Unfortunately, the way the internet operates, it is not easy to regulate or legislate. I prefer just to raise with you some of these issues so you begin to understand that when your data is captured for medical, whatever reasons, that you need to have some say in terms of how it is shared. And for people who are responsible for keeping your information must have some responsibility in the event that unauthorized people get and use your information. So I don't want to bore you with regulatory talk. I'll stop at this point and prefer to engage in some discussion later.
Thank you very much, Donny, for giving us this introductory into online privacy, especially in regulatory areas, frameworks that we can develop to ensure users are safe at all times. I will now ask Elizabeth to give her views on this particular topic, especially from education institution point of view, how you see users coming maybe to the library, for instance, relating to privacy issues.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Yeah, specifically at USP, I'm a librarian, and I'm from the United States. I've been here a couple weeks, so hi. And I used to work as a public librarian in America, where this is a big issue of access with the internet versus the privacy of what you're doing on the internet. Public libraries offer people computers if you don't have one, whether you're traveling or if something happens at home or you just don't want to pay for one. In the States, it's a big deal to have access. So the concept of what you can do on the internet and then what can happen to you when you're on the internet or using the computer comes up a lot for us. It gets a little overwhelming when you look at what is possible, the positives and the negatives and the responsibility, especially when you don't have all of the information. There's a disadvantage, I think, when we're on this side of our mobiles or this side of our computer, but you just have to decide for yourself how much involvement you want to have. You know, there is definitely some advantage to people gathering information about us. We want to participate in improving things, but you should probably be aware that you're always going to have to do a little bit of work to keep up the boundaries. You have a right to a fence, you have a right to a door, you have a right to having a curtain over your window. It's the same concept when you're using any kind of computer. So that means, yes, you have to have passwords. Yes, you have to change your passwords. And that means write your password down. And also, can we talk about security questions just really quick? Lie. Because it's not that hard to find out what school you went to, what your mother's name was, all of those things. But you have to just find a way to create your own system to defend yourself. I think it also helps that we have to just look at the steps that we have to take online, because there are several different types of data. There's the data that happens when somebody, when you just sign up for a service. People have access to your bank account, they have access to your name, in my case, my passport information, because I'm not from this country. There's the disclosed data that you choose to share, but then there's also the concept of how other people participate on the internet with you. For instance, my mother doesn't have Facebook, and the town that I'm from in America is kind of small, and she shared a story with someone she ran into in town one day, and she went home, and one of her good friends called up and said, "Hey, I heard that story. So-and-so put it on Facebook." And my mother has no interest in being on Facebook. And now all of a sudden, here's her name, and here's her story from the past. So she was a little frustrated about that. So it's complicated. I mean, I think this is the world that we live in now, that even if you decided, I don't want to be online, it's just another level of our world now. And it's a really good place. It's a really interesting place. Like I said, there's information that you need to have, and you have a right to. But we just have to kind of participate a little bit in asking the questions of who's getting this information, you know, what's happening with this information, and speaking up about that as frequently as possible. I don't know. I'm not sure what else to talk about. Maybe we'll be able to have questions, and I don't want to say everything there is to say, so I hope that covers it a little bit.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Elizabeth. She's given a very good overview on online privacy and especially security in terms of your conduct in the real world, like we are sitting here today, and conduct when you're on the internet, maybe social media such as Facebook and other things. Our conducts in these two areas are quite different as compared to any other things that we do. Noel, can you just give us an overview on how, from the workshop yesterday, what are some of the things that was highlighted in terms of online privacy and areas where we can all work together as important stakeholders to tackle this issue of online privacy?
Okay, it's a lot of things to talk about. But so yesterday, we held a workshop on online privacy, also in one of the other rooms. Sorry. Oh, really? Very close. Okay. And so one of the things that we discussed with the participants was that how we have different conceptions of what privacy is like, or in the real world, and what privacy is like on the internet. So, for example, some participants said that that there are things that they would not share with a stranger. Like if I just met Donnie today, maybe I will not share my birthday with him or what I did yesterday. But when we go online, and some of us, okay, who in this room has a Facebook account? No one? Oh, there is one there. One with a Facebook account. Okay, then maybe even if you don't have Facebook account, then your children might have Facebook account. And so we have when you log onto Facebook, then you have, of course, you have friends. You get invitations to be friends with people. And there are, not everyone, but there are people who accept friend requests from people they don't know in real life. So, and when you accept a friend request, that friend, who you may not know in real life, will see everything that you post on Facebook. So if you post pictures of yourself, of your family, they will see it. And they can copy it. They can download it. And if you post information about yourself, like where you are, what you are eating, they can see everything. And everything can be downloaded with a click of a button. There's an option there that you can download it. They can take screen caps of it. And then there are even instances where there are, of course, a lot of fake profiles on Facebook. So there are instances where these friends would post things, and they would appear on your newsfeed. And some of those things would say, you can win this and this much. Click on this link, and then if you click on the link, then the link will take you to a website where some kind of infection or some kind of malware will be downloaded into your computer or your mobile device. And then there are also some instances where if you invite someone, if someone you don't know is your friend, then they can take information from your profile and then create another fake account and then use that account to fool other people. No? So it was, so part of the discussion was how we somehow feel that when we're on Facebook or when we're using the internet, because it's just a screen, we don't feel very threatened. Because in real life, you will not share that information with just everyone. The things that you post on Facebook, you will not just give it away to people on the street that you don't know. But the internet is very, very global. And it's part of the challenge that we have with online privacy, because every website that you visit, so whether it's Facebook or Google or Gmail, if you have an email account, every website that you visit, they collect information about you. It's what's called online tracking. So this information can be just information about you, like you visiting the site or what you do in the website. But it can also be very sensitive information, like what is a sensitive information? I suppose for some people, okay, so as an example of not just social media, but what websites can do these days. When you like a post on Facebook, they said that now, just based on the things that you like, even if you don't post anything, based on the things that you like on Facebook, Facebook can predict where you are and what is your gender, if you're a man or a woman, and other kinds of information about you, just from what you like on Facebook. So it collects, as as you continue to like post day by day, it collects all of that data, and then from there it can predict who you are as a person. So you don't even have to disclose, you don't even have to tell Facebook or, put a lot of data there for Facebook to know. There are ways now that they can tell without you telling or specifying or putting this information online specifically. So those are some of the, I suppose, the challenges and also I suppose a lot of us have smartphones. Who has smartphones here? Smartphones that have connection to that can connect to the internet. If your phone can connect to the internet, if you're using apps. Maybe some of us have smartphones. So when okay, so the when you download an app, say you download Facebook app, what else? WhatsApp. If you have WhatsApp, they it depends on the kind of model of smartphone that you have, but a lot of these apps tend to get access to your camera, the camera on your phone, the microphone on your phone, and your phone also has it has a GPS locator inside, so it also can access your location. It can access your contacts, the email addresses you have on your phone, the phone numbers you have on your phone. But now there are newer models of phones that allow you to opt out, or say it would first they would ask you, do you want WhatsApp to have access to the videos that you have on your phone or the camera? Sometimes it's necessary, it's essential, it's needed. For example, if you are having a video call on WhatsApp or on Skype, then of course WhatsApp or Skype would need to have access to your camera, no? So it can function properly and can see your face, and the person you're talking to can see your face. But sometimes we have to ask, do they really need access to, say, does WhatsApp need to know where I am? Does WhatsApp need access to my location? Maybe not, because I don't need it to talk to someone. They don't need to know my location. So now there's an option for you to say no. There's an option for you to go to the settings of your app, and it depends on which phone that you're using. But if you're in doubt, you can go to the service shop maybe, and then you can ask them. But you can now tick a box or untick a box saying, no, I don't want this app to have access to this kind of information, that kind of information, because I think it's not necessary. So I don't know if I should. Okay, so just one more example. I don't want to get everyone scared, no, because I think we're all using. I mean, even I am using social media, but we just have to be a bit careful. So there is recently I was watching a short documentary on online privacy. So there was a university where they made an app, they developed an app. So they started taking pictures of people, just, like, Donnie, take a picture of you. And then, so from that picture, the app will gather all of the will match your picture with other pictures online that's available online. And then if they see, say, another picture of you, they will also they will gather the information, all of the information around that picture, whether it's your name, your birthday, your address, and then the app will show you all of the information that you have online. And it was incredible. It was incredible because just from that picture, just from taking a picture, they have all of the internet came back with all of the information about a person, which was pretty much correct. I think I don't know if you have social security numbers in Vanuatu, or identity numbers, IDs. Okay, so in the US they have a social security system. So people have a social security ID. So the app, when they took a picture of a girl, it even came back with a girl's social security ID. So the girl didn't tell them anything. They just took the picture of the girl, and the app is very, very simple to develop. The app was developed by university students. So I suppose maybe later we can talk about what we can do, but I suppose just to show us, what we have to look out for.
Yes, thank you very much, Noel. I think while hemi talk about plan there's something, technology hemi come, inoblo mega yumi fried, or mega molse onem hemi one tool, or yumi save yusum blo hemi improve life blim ya. However, you must also mindful se apart lol kut wala something, you also katol no kut side plema. So you must always mindful about him and online privacy. Hemi one big fella topic where suppose you talk about by hemi address and plan the ways or hemi save make awareness too. Blo you always on the lookout. Then you put information play online. You know put too much from someone only have usum someone hemi have usum. Blo hemi make one something against hemi wa. Thank you again, panelists, for your various discussions. Given we have a few minutes, we will open, maybe Elizabeth has another additional, and if anyone has any questions, put them hand bring contact by Mikaramai camera.
Just so we can end this maybe on what you can do and how you can find out what you should do, or if you're worried about people in your life who use the computer or use smartphones and you want knowledge, a really good website to look at is called myshadow.org. Okay, shadow.org. Think of it as you walk, right? And the sun is on you, the shadows behind you, it's everything that's trailing behind you, okay? This is a project, I think it's the Technical Tactical Collective works on this. It's sort of a project of looking at tracking data and sort of the advice of maybe shut off your GPS locator, maybe clear your browser on the computer or consider using a different, not Google, but another search engine you can use is called DuckDuckGo, which I don't know if you have that game here, but that's a little kid's game in America. DuckDuckGo, it's a private search engine. The results are not always as good because that's why Google's so good, because they track what everyone does and how they ask questions. So there's a little bit of give and take with that. But I just like to end on a positive note, and I'm a librarian, so I like to give people recommendations. So that's all.
Thank you, Thomas. Any questions from the audience about online privacy?
Name me Ishmael. Me want to ask him about wala tatano mo pantil we mi flash tap pem fatu supos we ikriya se pa itu pota ola internet privacy be pos be sabe wanema karema internet ikam ton lo level pro selfish we mi flash tap pem emanu.
Okay, Thank you, Ismail, for your question. So I'll just translate it into English for convenience of our panelists and probably others in the audience. Ismail would like to know how his access through, for instance, internet subscription on his data on mobile, how does privacy come into that area, or how is his information safe when he uses basically any internet service that is subscribed to?
Thank you, Jackson. I have a question. If somebody upstairs asks a question, how you get to them? The question raises one in terms of the relationship between you and your provider, and do you need to, when you get a SIM card here, you need to provide ID? In the case of places like Vanuatu and others, when you purchase a SIM card, that SIM card is linked back in your provider's database with the information you provided to identify yourself. So the first issue you have is with you and your provider that you bought the SIM card from, and the top up, in that he has a database with information, and typically, because they need to identify you, it has personal information. The security of that information is the responsibility of the provider. Unfortunately, in Vanuatu, I know of no privacy laws to protect you. So perhaps that's the first stage. So there is an issue. However, most of the responsible providers, the Digicells and the others, are aware of the significance and importance of the information. So it depends on their goodwill, but it should not be just on them. There should be rules, regulations in place to ensure that they keep your information safe. They don't share your information with other people without your consent. That's not in place. It needs to be. The second issue is having purchased a SIM card, placed it more than likely in your phone or a wireless device. You then have a link between you and the provider through which you go into the internet. Let me just hasten to say, not all is bad on the internet. It's simply that we're dealing with the issue of privacy, and it is a soft spot that we need to address. So don't get too worried just yet, but be sufficiently aware to guide your actions. So going back, you now need to make a call wirelessly, which means your information, conversation, or data you're collecting being transmitted back to the provider home base, so to speak. And in that link, there is always a potential for somebody ill-intentioned to intercept your data, and you wouldn't know. In the spy worlds and the other things, which are not too far away, it's typical. They have these coffee houses, free Wi-Fi. My advice to you is, anytime you're using free Wi-Fi, just remember, nothing free. So the reason why they're giving you free Wi-Fi is often to get some of your information to use later. So be careful of free Wi-Fi. I'm not talking about the free Wi-Fi being provided by Jackson and Company, but free Wi-Fi is a bad sign. If you're going to use free Wi-Fi, please avoid transmitting bank details, personal details. Free Wi-Fi is good. You want to go on Viber or somebody else using the Wi-Fi, that's good. So there is no encryption typically between you, and there's possibility of intercept. I have your attention. The last issue is having gotten onto the internet and now going to use the internet is where the trouble starts. The Googles and the others of this world business model is they are willing to provide you all of this access to all of these databases, to all of these places for free in exchange for, and they don't tell you, one, advertising. Most people don't realize when you go to Google, you have a percentage of what you pay for in bandwidth is being consumed by advertising. So anytime you go up and you look for anything, you're also downloading all these ads. And if you go to a YouTube video sometimes before you play it, there's a ad that they say you could stop it anytime. But as far as they're concerned, once they get that ad in your face, whether you play it or not, it's imprinted. So that model where they sell advertising by to these people on the basis you downloading the ad. And the other aspect, which Google sometimes don't tell you, is they collect the Facebooks and the others, your likes, your dislikes, what you're searching on, based on they take in account of what you're searching for. So they create a profile for you, they create data, they mix that with hundreds of other people data who they put together, and they could sell that as a package. So your information not safe, and my advice to you is simply do not use free Wi-Fi to conduct bank business on the Wi-Fi, and be mindful always. The same way you behave in normal face-to-face interaction, try and apply the same rules to when you're dealing. If you don't know who you're talking to, and you never do, unless you have established contact with the person, be careful. There is issues, it's not yet in the Pacific, but it's going to happen, where they have people just trolling Facebook to see what's going on, and they have kids who often place on Facebook information that thieves who get access know that based on your Facebook activity, the whole family is overseas, traveling on a holiday, and therefore the house is open and ready for thieves. So the question you ask about the safety of information, there needs to be something in place, policy, something else, and not just goodwill on the part of the providers to protect your data. It is currently not protected, and it's currently only protected to the extent that when the Digicells and TVLs and the others are given license, they have a certain responsibility that they know if they don't live up to their thing. So I don't think, I can say that Digicel will not willingly expose your information, but your information has been captured and is subject to exposure.
Okay, so I suppose I said a lot of quite scary things earlier. So, but okay, I will say something else that is also can be a bit scary before I move on to the good things. So just to add to what Donnie said, when our information, when the data about us, information about us is being taken or being collected by these websites, they are transferred, they're stored to what we call a cloud. The cloud system, it's just a bunch of servers, but what's important is this this cloud that stores our system may not be in Vanuatu. It may not be. It may be in the U.S. It may be in Congo. I don't know. I don't know where it is, but different for every website that you go to. But just something to keep in mind that it's not even in your own country. When you provide that information, it goes somewhere else. And maybe we trust Facebook with our information, or maybe we trust Google. We trust the websites that we go to protect our information. But that information can also be shared with other websites or other groups whom we may not know and we may not have encountered. So like Donnie said, there are good things and bad things. There are good things because in Facebook, then you can that kind of, when they know something about you, then um, they can customize your news feed to tell you what to show what is interesting for you, and I suppose ads as well. That's not necessarily a good thing, but there are good aspects to it, but there are also bad, and we just have to we can do a lot of things as internet users. The other thing is, so I'm going to start with what we can do. So we just have to remember that everything that we put on the internet is permanent. Even if we delete them on the site, say if you post a picture on Facebook and you delete it, you never know if the server of Facebook in that cloud somewhere in the world, somewhere else in the world, has also deleted the information. Maybe it has copied it, or maybe it has stored it somewhere else, and we never know. So just keep in mind that whatever we do on the internet can be easily copied by anyone who has access to it, and it tends to be permanent. Okay? And we have to be, when we see a link online, even if we think, oh, this is, I can win something with clicking this link. There is a contest here, I can win. A lot of these links are very short. Some of them don't, like just a bunch of numbers and HTTP www dot 270, because some of them have quite short links. We have to be very careful when we click the links, even when they come from our friends on Facebook, or even if they're forwarded to us on email and they come from someone we know, because that email can be hacked. So unless you are sure that about that link, then don't touch it. The other thing is, we can, with the browsers that we're using, if we're using Google Chrome or Firefox, the web browsers that we use to access the internet, they have privacy settings that we can use to make I suppose to make the information collected about us a little bit less. And the websites that we use, like Facebook, also has privacy settings that you can go to the privacy settings, and then you can control, for instance, who can see my posts, who can see my profile picture, who can see my friends. Sometimes if you don't want to show people who your Facebook friends are, you can hide it. You can hide it from people. And it also goes for parents. So even if we don't use the internet as much, maybe our children tend to be very, very excited about the internet. So as parents, there are tools that we can use for our children. So if you go to Google, for instance, if you there is a guide for Google that Google has published, and I suppose other websites as well, on some, what they call it, parental control. So you can set your computer. You can have specific settings on your device and on your browser, so that your children cannot have access to the websites that you think is dangerous for them. So you can Google it online, or later, if you want, you can ask me. But there are those things that we can do if we are. I know a lot of parents are very very anxious about their children using the internet, but there are things that we can do as parents to prevent them from to also be at peace. Um, the Another thing is when you go to a website, especially if you're giving away information or if you are doing online banking, if you are paying something online, or if you're buying something online, always make sure that the URL or the address on top of the bar, like facebook.com, there is usually an HTTP before the www. There's an HTTP there. Make sure that it's an HTTPS. So the HTTPS, there is usually a lock next to the S. So the lock means that the website is encrypting your information. Encrypting your information, it just means it's scrambling whatever you're typing. So say if you type Dorothy, when it's transmitted, it will not be transmitted as Dorothy. It will come out as some letters and some numbers. So make sure that always make sure that when you're entering especially sensitive information, that the website has that HTTPS mark, not just HTTP. There's HTTP, but there's also HTTPS. So S stands for security. What else? Also, when you are not using your account, when you're not using Gmail, when you're not using Facebook, make sure to log out of the account. Don't just close the browser. You have to log out, because now if you have a computer at home, for instance, even if you are not using the website anymore, you have logged out, you have closed Facebook. Facebook, you are still logged into Facebook. So as long as you don't log out, you are still logged in. And what happens there is that Facebook, even if you go to a different website, say, what is the popular website in Vanuatu? Google. Okay, if you leave Facebook and go to Google, then okay, then Facebook will still know, or if you go to YouTube, Facebook will still know what you are doing in YouTube, even if you have closed Facebook. So you have to log out of the websites that you visit, of the accounts, because an example that I gave yesterday was that I was looking for flights. I was looking for airplane flights to Japan recently. And I was logged out. I have closed Facebook already. I wasn't using it anymore. I have closed the tab. So I was looking at airlines. And then the next time I go to Facebook, it was showing me ads of holidays in Japan and flights to Japan. So how did it know? I was not on Facebook. I was doing something else. So we have to make sure that we log out of the accounts, especially if we're using a device or a computer that is not ours, because of course then they can do things to our account. So make sure to always log out of our account. And I think that's all I have. But I'm happy to take other questions if there are.
Thank you, Noel and Donnie. I think the discussion that takes on into our next session that talks about social media. So any another questions so you make regarding Facebook and other things? But you have talk about the next session. But otherwise, thank you to those who have just joined us. You missed up finishing session number 3 this morning. This afternoon, and there will be our experts will be around. Donnie will be here today and tomorrow. So is Noel and Elizabeth. So suppose you make any questions relating to the topic we just cover lo side lo online privacy. If they no hesitate, lo ask them all kata. Ting we give a big round of applause to our panelists, and thank you for this time. Okay, thank you Thomas. Paimi stamuf igolo next session me. Where we start talk about social media, and for our international participants, our sincere apologies. This next session will be in Bislama, but I'm sure our good friends like Xavier will be able to understand Bislama, having spent your good old days here with us at TVL. So, suppose Ms. Xavier ask all panelists long next session, we start talk about social media. Olis have a camp, join them Yumi. Miluk Kieri Hemistabi Finis, what them Mrs. Ligo, to the Staffnis Loblesia, Plo to the Savakam join Yumi on stage. Also, for those joining us online, I got one presentation where one student play me, Hemistab make him doctorate play lo cybercrime. By me present them later on this afternoon. Tayo kat small time but by me not talk Thomas, thank you Thomas. By Yumi ask them to the panelists play me, plot to like sit down. Okay, sorry, Payumi stop small, Payumi kim time lo two important guests play me. Wapay to like join them Yumi. While you stop wait, lo to like Payumi make one presentation when we start talk about lo cyber crime. And then while waiting for our two other panelists, it will always staff in this, please join me lo place ya, lo Yumi stop wait lo to nara one what by to like Okay, thank you Thomas. Hemi presentation also mami pintalam finish. Hemi kam one student blumi, hemi stab lo University of Waikato, lo New Zealand. Hemi stab mekem PhD blem lo side lo cyber crime. Suppose yumi misave lo hem. Yes. Okay, so me hope sabay follow me time mista ko through all slides ya. Student ya hemi one face pamitalam hemi one face man Vanuatu. By hemi antetegam stadia, hemi chef karai, hemi stablo architect, hem olkata tu liwan partner blimi lo Pacific ICT Days 2017. So by me run through lo presentation also mo hemi stab, by me give one brief introduction, by me talk about Crow Lab, where hemi stablo University blo Waikato, brief overview no more cybercrime and also wonem now Vanuatu hemista mekem compared lo all other country lo wola. So grow also mamitalam hemi one fella research cyber crime research lab wo hemista lo University blo Waikato lo New Zealand. So you all students you mista around you sta intent lo make further studies. Hemi one very good example. Lo one for student blame me. We hemi ko take map study lo cyber crime. So hemi one researcher lo University blo Waikato. Hemi been complete Master of Computer Science degree blem. Yet lo University blo Waikato 2 years ago. And now ya hemi start undertake research lo hemi kamuan doctor lo side lo cybercrime. Okay, so small background mo. Cybercrime research lab ya, hemi based also mo mitalam Venice, lo Waikato University lo New Zealand, and he got very few Pacific Islanders. Well, he started up studies lo field ya, hemi lo New Zealand. You also got one student bolkatatu, hemi stablo place ya, hemi participate lo Pacific IGF, nara side lo room. Hemi kam lo Kiripas. You also got a few well established Tonga, and also Chef hemi kam lo Vanuatu and a few others. Research bolkata hemi build plan de lo side lo New Zealand also one ICT hub play lo region, and also not only hemia but also lo side lo Asia Pacific area. So cyber security, what we know so far, why na you should start look lo area ya. Chef hemi define them, hemi start also cybercrime, onem hemi cybercrime. Cybercrime also hemi fele start talk about lo plan de awareness, play lo government, otem mol kita lo TRR, hemi one criminal activity we nakat boundary ya. You have established place now ya. You use some computer, blow you steal him one information blow one man, maybe him is blow santo. Or you have use some information technology, blow you steal him information blow one man, where him is blow Australia, or is blow China, him in all some all normal criminal activity, where you must make him, or some steal, suppose madam steal him one chair, for example, me karam now ya, me go outside. Cybercrime, hemi one crime where you can stop anywhere the wall after you commit him. Hemi one fast growing crime. You milo Vanuatu by you experience a few little criminal activities ya. Few months, few years ago, you got some issues lo side lo ATM, lo bank, where some criminal only been manage blo butuh mol card reading device, lol machines, after oli no install of matu, pe oli save ol pin number, with the mol card number, blo oli still information So hemi one crime, we hemi stop grow very fast, and hemi cost them all businesses, you me all individuals, because you not careful, blo type of information we stop give him out, pa hemi save affect them you me pikuana. Ikat all criminal activity start all simple something, all them you still in password lo friend you go lo Facebook account blame for example, after you tell them something we no straight to very complicated something also all hacking, spread all virus, malware, even all simple something also say one friend you karam one flash drive ikam, you plakam kalau computer you know even check say okay flash drive ya hemi safe you got virus lehem, all small something also so all kind criminal activity also only happen as small as semia ignorance, plot check all device play me before you stop use suma. Also when we pinta levinis, all traditional criminal activities, also stealing, all something also with them technology now ya, hemi take all kind criminal activity also me kalau one whole new level So by making one brief run through no more all historical type attacks, one hemi you me where you me stop follow all news, by me look say got one virus, sorry one for attack, name them Stuxnet, Olympian attack power plant, blow what am Iranian country blow Iran. So virus hemi go inside lo power plant, karena sem Unelco, plimi lo plesya, virus hemi pin go inside lo computer system blow kata, after hemi shut them down all generators make them say kat big fella issue, especially lo side blow all critical services, all some hospital where you run plant for example all oxygen machines where you rely low power, or even all something also small bank where you need blow run all ATMs, small something also me time power hemi shutdown, lo Iran hemi cost small kata plant their money, and all kata tu only face them full up challenge as a result lo hemi so usually hemi one virus no more, only send them through lo email, only send them through lo link, lo you lo Facebook, you go you look one man hemi post one link say you click lo place by al virus ya ligam lo forms also now so as soon as you click lo hem hemi take him you go into all sorts of places, hemi save shut them down computer lo you virus hemi save call computer hemi make them all sorts of something, maybe hemi stealing password lo you, hemi stealing all information about bank account lo you when stuff inside, all kind of same so hemi basically how hemi work so lo slide ya by you look usually hemi you me column one computer where something hemi originate hemi one malware tropa, and hemi tropa mi kalau one something kalau mal controller or payload, after lo payload na hemi kalau tak kata either hemi one power plant or maybe one bank or computer system block man or blow one pixel network operator or some TVL or DCell, after mission call blame hemi blow hemi take them down system or hemi make them all narakan something, steal him information, steal him data, also mo yung pinstop talam recently narawan hemi lo side lo Sony also mo yung misabe hemi one pixel company where only make them plan de all movie, only kat plan de all electronic device, well kita lista produce and few years back all kita tu company all kita computer system all kita lipin hack inside, after listing all information about all movies where only yet blow release him, pel group only go inside, only hack, after only carry out all information, only share them out. You got all nara something, also all celebrity, all famous man blame in the wall, where all kind man also Rambo, supposed to be back in the days, all new falaman also Justin people, all kind of full up time. He got all something where he stop go blow, only hack all accounts all kita. And again, one chalablisya blow all kind man also so. Hemi come into all forms. You got one where hemi lo side lo Yahoo, only manage blow hack go inside lo computer system blow Yahoo, and only still implant the useful information. Only still up to 1 billion accounts. Hemi include to all email accounts blow all users, also you me. What all passwords, and hemi all criminal activity will stop usum. Blow have make money or ask them all kinds something also so hemi sample example you got for example Dropbox you may stop usum or something also data leakage you may talk about plante data this morning and all kind whistleblowers and Edward Snowden hemi one good example hemi came out plante confidential information about what hemi stuff happen inside law intelligence blow government blow America, and after him you may watch some movie blame at Snowden. Suppose you got chance, it's a lot easy media download town movie blame me stop. Is watch them very interesting. Please have a more story about this fellow man at Snowden, and when him na hemi make him blow him leak him out information he got public and he got all kind websites or some WikiLeaks where he start publishing all very sensitive matters online and all narawana. One very recent one, hemi wanna cry. Hemi one movie where hemi one virus where hemi just come out no more last over the weekend the weekend hemi one one stable so hemi affect them plan de computer systems around the world, England, and some other country. All still more information, blow all sick man, all man will work like half man. So hemi some very recent attacks. Suppose map hemi clear by some local places where all something hemi happen lema. Hemi affect them all computers. Only affect them all homes, all businesses, national health sector, also pintal finish, and you got all prices or some type virus, you go to computer or you ask them say, you pay me for la 30,000 or 60,000, blow me for la sa fix him and try matching them, suppose you got 1 million limi where computer hemi infected by virus you have a look amount of money where all kind criminal activity also make them so. Hemi affect them approximately 150 countries. Hemi start Friday last week, as I'm Sunday, Sunday where Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, blame the day. So hemi now one quick overview all recent attacks, site all virus. Hemi some way so you must have a block them again. I suppose Jeff hemi present, hemi still on very good position, blow hemi explain all diagrams. However, hemi show no more how you must have a make them all kind of tackle you me prone them. So, Loblesa, I got one very reputable research institute, hemi Atalamosem se by year 2020, by got about 20 billion device where last session only just talk about and you talk about all drones or smart TVs all kind of them. Okay, got all methods one way we talk about plante hemi social engineering supposed to been stable last session by me haram Tony Elizabeth mo Noel only been talk about small hemi how you go online or website where you access them all company all have a capture of information lo list up salam all advertisement lo yuwa for example so istalo Vanuatu pahal use all Vanuatu based advertisement lo try lo salam all something lo you ikat narwan hemi all phishing emails phishing lo plesya hemi relate close up all sem phishing we use line lo you all isa campaign tikolo anyone emails etc lo man hemi no realize some importance or hemi just ignore them hemi click lo email ya then hemi got all attacks we hemi kama malicious software misa plantel imi all software all computers all quite expensive so hemi prefer block download them all hacked ones or pirated ones online hemi good but sometimes you got all virus inside but hemi have a continue blow affect them computer play me loopholes vulnerabilities all network systems plan the time all network all you know block them good hemi sema all sempo dw suppose you kakai all wrong kakai or maybe you stuck kakai you go pangam head play lo one wood so you not careful pa you kasem kill network play me too hemi sema all sem so similar ko some places where hemi open man hemi save use some blow attack you mil hema so lo blessa if you have a look at something with chef hemi sign for flame lo side blow challenges identification blow offenders more kind of sema so apologies no more semi ran quite fast from lo last session me ran out of time after me no manage blow go through those slides okay so new trends blow lo side by cybercrime hemi whistleblower all man only holem will get access to all confidential information all establish him out to media blow yes only link out ko media blow lis have publish him ko all man only read him so hemi no hemi anamo man we have inside him have give him well passwords blow all network systems make him man hemi easily have go inside blow make him all attacks so risks where we Vanuatu faces the world I got all risks play me phase one hemi human resource back again human resource milakam hemi al semi talabinis chef hemi probably the first ni Vanuatu where hemi make him kosia and imagine say he got you may everyone hemi stabia he got 190,000 plus users where all have a stab and you got one man more we have a system all kata hemi quite imilaka hemi tu lo side blow infrastructure security technologies hemi important we make got good relationship and partnership with the molnara partners play me all time okay I think hemi anamo me run out of time but suppose if like at any question relate lo side blow cybercrime if like have a ask me blow me give you more information about them you must me continue to educate them users probably more aware lo side lo cybercrime where it stuff happen otherwise you tell them thank you too much lo chef I'm sure say him stop joining me online from Waikato University of New Zealand where me prepare a presentation unfortunately me got one technical issue lo money me not connect with them but contact lo chef hemi stop lo end lo presentation suppose anyone hemi need more information you have a contact them him lo email address plan or telephone number plan hemi stop on top by email ko hemi stop lo you must have a write them down or take note them as you must have call lo next session okay back to our session. Thank you, Kenton, for joining us, and also Kerry and Mrs. Liko, who will start this afternoon. I am introducing you minomo. All panelists play me lo far left where hemi scam hemi Kenton Milroy. You may start go online by me look hemi very active. What the free can programs lo side lo social media, and hemi have joined me today. Also, lo plesia hemi Mrs. Jenny Liko, lo Women Against Crime and Corruption lo Vanuatu, and hemi also stop lo serem lelepet namo fuse lo hem and some work we hemi pin stamekem, and also lo plesia hemi lo right side bemi hemi Kiari Manasa, hemi non you hemi stop around plan the years lo telepost and also lo nara place. So by you start them off, with them maybe Jenny, play hemi talk about small no more walk where all the staff make them while me stop put on PowerPoint plan.
Good afternoon, lo. You me everyone. Lo this afternoon, me wanted to give opportunity. Lo talent thank you. Lo organizers. Lo invited me. Also chairwoman. Lo Women Against Crime, Corruption. Mo me one women activist. Mo me one freelance person. So me come lo me share social impact lo site lo social media mo all influence we only make them say me save come one proactive media literate with them group lo me inside lo Vanuatu with them social issues to do with them women more children more population as a whole. Meeting me decide by me no make one PowerPoint presentation, but meeting say ika too much talk. So maybe by me try and make some pictures. Blow me help you me, especially me look say ika all youth, ika maybe all students with them all mama, all papa. Where if I stop lo place where me very good from me very important. Maybe social media me one area where me new lo Vanuatu. Also the last time if like at lo all girls mo yes me like make him somebody me describe him you me lo Vanuatu say you me accept him also one tsunami. So me want something where me start blowing me one. Suppose you look lo picture, but you look say me now me walk blow me also one freelance with them me want them acknowledge him and deputy Lord Mayor with them councillor Marie Kalkwa where to play stop lo place where to play councillor blow me all woman lo Port Villa Municipal where all kita now only stop inside lo network with them Dalsy where me stop lo place here too. Also full up lo all woman only no come today, but group where me head him me fly use some social media plan there. Reason for him because me fly cut on chops plo me fly, but me fly decide plo. Yes. Decide plo make him walk. First you look on top and me picture plo family plo me. Why me put on picture plo family? To become a media literate, more bold, plo use media also one tool plo help me lo work plo you got to have a family where me also me understanding. Me no promoting family plo me say me fly perfect, you know got one perfect family lo wall, but me promoting family plo me because me 8 years me start also one advocate with them all woman Vanuatu, so it must have a strong strong people behind me, and first people where me must cut me all family plo me. And one all something time you to media, you must be strong. Also me look one channelist, me start Loplesia. All time if let's start at interaction with them all media. But you look one talk me start Loplesia. Me peace begins at home. So you got one piece, you sabe come one public advocate, you advocate for others. You know sabe make them suppose humble you or you know prepare enough. You have to be bold, you have to be strong, you have to be confident. But you stand up, lo for it, everyone must speak for others, where only no sabe speak for themselves. Okay, Emblo, I think writing him not clear. Women against crime or corruption, him one association where him register with the Financial Services Commission. Him got one slogan blow him where him zero tolerance on all forms of crime. So anything to do with them crime, where all narafala institution or anybody him no pick him up, a group where Mimi lead him, him one small dynamic group, him one action group, where me fly stand up together, blow me fly voice and blow behalf blow you me everyone lo bless you. So me fly talk mainly lo side blow crime, lo side blow corruption, more other issues also violence against women. So me fly lo last one by hemi no come out clear hemi it's not about one them where also other people do for you, but what you can do for your country. Me now one motto plomifla. Next. Suppose you look Loplesia, women against crime or corruption, and me building one relationship with them police. National crime prevention, and me come partner plo work plomifla. Also how me fly work together, me fly interact lol work lo mi fla inokat office be mi fly kat avenue where mi fly sabe join with them other people. Suppose you look lo place how influence group lo mi fla where mi fly stand up lo speak lo behalf lo you me especially all mama with them all girls. All same time you me want to make want something low down, you must get one influence. You must cast them all authorities. But you look lo place here, hemia former all police commissioner with them all senior police officers. Blow make want something also match low down, blow make want something happen. You know sabe make them without interaction with them all authorities. So hemia by if I look say even though me fly no cat one office, me fly use all internet no more, promote them all work, Facebook with them all emails, with them all mobiles, promote them work, cat access, site delivery. Me fly sabe make them effort, me fly go inside, tell them lo commissioner police, help them work me all mama. Okay, lo plesia plo also effect plo cat one strong so also plo effect plo having a stronger better network. Network hemi also you know got one office but you building one network. All mama all sitan lo plesia sam lo ifla Mr. Look ifla save lo me. So that's the interaction where you me cut. You me building network here, it go through lo office, through lo somebody. All keta lompang, only work lompang, all keta only work lo public service. All keta only stop lo house, lo where place, be ikat one network where me ko kasemol keta. So network ya me fly Mainly me feel like use mobile now from full up only no save only no cat email. Lo place ya also me tell them say also you must cut one stronger network, build a wider community impact. So you touch them all families where maybe people only not touch them. Maybe government maybe not touch them all keta all them lo site lo time lo cyclone pam. Me feel reach him some people where NDMO maybe not reach him. Me feel reach him finish. That's how effective one network where all mama hemi sabe make him. Also you come out lo radio only harem you. Me talk lo FM 107. Only pick him up behind lo Apatoa. Only pick him up lo Pentecost. Only pick him up lo Santo. Only pick him up lo Teuma. Lo Takpus. Also me no save all people yambe. That's how the power of using also using technology. Also use him wisely, how to make an impact in the nation. Okay, but you look lo place here, right people with the right heart to save with the right attitude. But you look say I think photo hemi cut, behemia hemi some lo all woman where me play walk with them all keta. All woman where only me put on picture lol ketaya only no save make one works was only no cut one hat where plus 7 people. You must cut one hat where me right. Also you me pray, you me tell them say look out, you me stand up. So make one walk also where me stop talk party, you have to have a right attitude. You have to have a heart. Also me sometimes but people only tell them say me talk too much. But in order to get the message across, you have to speak out. You have to voices. You cannot sit in the kitchen or in one corner and think that people will hear you. No, you have to voice it. So that's why you mistablo plesia. You mistablo learn. You mistablo current information. Okay, lo plesia hemi talk about lo side lo power lo work together. Also talem say also me pin talem finish say inonit you got one office so you no got one office but still you can get to the top. So you believe you want with them anything where any machine where you got around you. For example, also now me sit down with them three men here. Like today me also me come sit down lo place here. Olketa lo ICT, olketa no come lo house plumbing. Olketa just send one email no more. Mommy trust them email say it comes straight lo organizers lo ICT because I know who the person is where he send them email. So he now he also today olketa talk about Ravi's site lo lo him say you must think good how you play you. So he some lol something also me believe him say I'm invited lo me come speak lo place. Okay, lo time lo cyclone pam after lo also me pintalem finish me fly pin use plan de talk lo radio me fly use media through lo after lo cyclone pam me fly create Facebook page lo me fly where you have access lo Facebook you where you have lo Facebook you have the call lo work or women against crime and corruption hotline. Women against crime and corruption. I now all page me fla. So me fla use plante mo me fla use plante all package where TVL hemi give him also you make a free calls plo 1 full day so hemi cost him no more hemi 320 fatu so hemi some all something. Okay, one impact when by if I look say how powerful group hemi usum blow hemi make one something hemi a picture in front of Parliament House hemi first time lo history lo Vanuatu where mifla group ya hemi make one protest march where mifla pin go through today where if I look where me with one narfala woman mifla stand up with them police from time if they apply from only reject them apply from commissioner sign after if they been make them lo time lo 14 MPs were only call parliament time minister no sign for him to implicate inside the corruption yeah. So when me happen me leave him after me try and back again so if I look say sometime hemi noisy blow you me catch him somebody me bring me make him me go so hemi want something where all woman fan to me make him also me forget to tell him say me set up also one charitable organization also one NGO lo 2006 all NGOs only try and petition them all members of parliament be only no say make him so hemi want something where all woman fan to only make him block members of parliament only enforce them law lo side violence against women more crime where sometimes by if they harem say he got rape he got sexual abuse man killing woman blame or one woman he fight with the one narafula woman only issues yeah everyone only crime so now me couple minister all members of parliament only enforce them so hemi one victory set time me pin machiko only accept them me give him petition law keta lo same afternoon only table them lo parliament so hemi now holds them how effect where you mobilize them and at the time me pin use no more all media outlets me use all network where me cut lo private sector lo government mo lo NGOs lo katarem over lo 1,000 people lo stop lo time ya hemi if I look photo ya hemi lo 2010 hemi about double meta where hemi pin happen lo fresh water so me pin successfully petition him government time all keda only no make one something me no group hemi no give up naya instead of petition him government me make him one petition by every man only sign petition him all keda lo parliament so that's how effective group where me make him all work here. Yes, also me group hemi one group where me committed plan day hemi make him all work hemi make him work plan day be hemi also all volunteer all me all volunteers no more me pay same all advocates flow me lo prefects 31,809 so now me try to build him all relationship with them all narvala people slowly help me more women against crime or corruption hemi one proactive partner for national crime prevention with them police you look picture ya hemi lo time lo cyclone pam all mamaya all kita only ring from government hemi no sai kwanta lo time lo rain then me manage ploko lo place ya one me no putum hemi ampe me use some truck lo Australian High Com one staff lo kita also voluntary work hemi you karmata tol blow you
time you make one work, where charitable work, don't use your titles. Title is you sumlo narfala narfala way. Time you work also na personal semblo advocate for people, you karama title for you must be who you are. Because time you call you one person, and now you give him heart for you 7 people. So hemia mi fla with them one staff lo Australian High Com mi fla kolo plesia hemi bin news mi fla bin news truck hemi stuck inside lo soft mat be wall red soft mat lo antap. Also mi fla no save ko reach in place plo mi fla be halfway no mo so hemia now mi putum lo plesia plo you fla look say you mean no sab talk about filano mo be out skates plo you too. Suppose you look lo plesiam but you look all picture all kakai. Women Against Crime or Corruption, hemi cut one program where mi fle call them heart to heart pack program. Hemi mi fle create them because mi fle carry one woman where clothes blow him, kitchen blow him, lo time blow cyclone pam, river hemi flow hemi overflow. Hemi perem kitchen blol keta hemi nokat one something mi fle karami color Red Cross hemi give him one boundary lo mi fla hemi try lo divide them all responsibility hemi se hemi no charge le hemi mi want them tell them lo place say women against crime mo corruption hemi try lo hemi come out lo red tapes hemi no use to muscle them authorities say no, by me no make him. So you come, me cut one something, me give him law you. Also lo side law association. But suppose me feel no cut, me feel say no. But me feel no sabe cut one something, by me feel say no by body approve or committee approve, me feel no cut. Suppose anything, me feel make him. And now law side law heart to heart pack law me feel law side law after cyclone PAM. Oh, I think finish. Yeah, right. Okay, mi fly cat international connection. So as you look lo place here, mi fly partner with them all network hemi ko oversee. So lo place here hemi one group hemi stable Switzerland. Mi fly partner. Women work hemi partner with them all keta. Lo promote them peace. Also part lo work lo side lo women against violence against women. You may try lo shift lo promote them peace inside the one home. So him now partner lo mifla only stop oversee. Lo place by you look say hemi one Chef Natape, hemi one lol kita lo police, hemi lo side lo crime prevention. Me with them one packet, me to hand them one envelope lol kita, lo only help naya only stop look lo round lo portfila from say ikat full of issues to do with them crime, and some lo all crime ya also effect lo hem na only believe say hemi misuse lo side lo social media. Hemi too much. Also, so si wale look lo grouping lo social media lo Facebook ikat of full up group. Time where you supposed where you read you call lo Facebook you stop go through carefully lo you me talk straight lo Facebook. By you look say full up lo some lo people yeah only all criminals, but they are with us. So hemi want something where one language where me say if you want to catch a criminal you have to speak like a criminal, you must know what a criminal is doing. So lo place all police me fly work with them all keta even though me sometimes me haram say me no want to make them there. Hemi one job where also you must make him with them hard play from so picking in here hemi no picking in blow me hemi picking in blow one sister. Me say me advocate one mama, I have to be to show my commitment that I love my sister. I have to advocate for her. So me fly make him by if I look lo seaside, but only make him one car wash project lo all keta. So me fly fund them. Me fly pin make him lo fresh water one, all politician only kaka inside, mi vle no sabe how only make him, mi vle no happy lol keta from where you make one put something, time politics he go inside, hemi sabe spoil him, so by mi vle look le by him. Yes, all risk, lo site lo social media, also maybe you must cut one tool. Suppose you not cut one mobile phone, but you had to me contact you now. Suppose you not cut one iPad, you had to contact you. So me no cut, you had to contact you. You me must cut all access ya no mo. In order to you me talk. So hemi, but if I look say hemi, he got disadvantage plan, mo he got all advantage plan. So all risk say that you got all tools you say make him. Facebook too, I mean, say make him you waste a lot of time. Also media, social media. You must you must be serious for make him. Want something when me fly learn him. Want something when me fly learn him say always be positive. Time you use your media, more you got one confidence lo you want. More you never accept them one media critics or criticism. Blow hemi spoil them good reputation blow you. Me I don't care. You can tarnish my name, but I'm bold enough. That's how I face the media. Because blow use media you must be strong blow use media. Suppose you know bisa look full of people only call on Facebook only post them full of unnecessary things. On some one issue time you no sabe you no need blow you post them no more. Also you need blow you think good, especially also me look full up only yang fala lo plesia. Me want to tell them lo you fala say me very important also you look me stop sitanya me got one grandson who me 9 years old, me got all 3 kids were only teenage finish. Me want to tell them lo you fala say me media literate all kata too. We try our best to use the good side of it. Family me we've been damaged by media in Vanuatu because we are national figures. Only spoil me fala, but me fala never dwell on the negative side. Also to fala woman when me work with them all keta is have witness them. I never take the negative side. Plo is stop me. Plo make him one name when me think say me right. Lo you me love Vanuatu because post God me one day you to me plo me speak for the voiceless. I have to do it with my confidence, with my heart. Me must make him me right. So me want them tell them if I look say you have a mobile phone, you can play with it, you take someone kill, you one man, you take someone woman man, also you play up, also all this kind, also every day me play receive him. One he come tell him say, oh me tight finish man, me make him also coco. Also everyone like me face him, you have you must think say you accept them. Also lo talk me tell him say also media I come lo Vanuatu, me also one tsunami. Also me sweep I come finish iko, ale you me start face all ravi side plan. Also na ya way stop. So we have to correct it. Also today me stop tell him lo mania. Okay, I think me stop lo place. Sorry, I think it take a long time. Then me want them tell them also me say talk lo me lo CIT ICT me come lo realize him say media hemi start lo damage him one homes. Also me no responsibility lo you me lo media. You need lo you me consider them well. Also media you responsible for your own reporting. Also mol kita do sometimes only report them on something. Also for example, it got one match where it happened. Reclaim the night. Some people only use all talk where only no good. Me karamat me putum lo page lo work lo Facebook. mi wandem talem lo yuvla ol semia seta you look tok tok ol strong ol semia ol woman ol kita ol talem se minti creating bla 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 ol sem hemi normal plus somebody hemi tanishim something where hemi put but out of that much what do we women want to achieve from it? This is what we should focus on it. Don't focus on the negativity on the Facebook. Also, Mr. Talem, one strong to stop here, I'll expect to Yalem. And last one, sorry, yes. Last, yes, last one also, but if I look loplesia, if I look at me all three, also me cyclone pa me ipende molketa. Pe mi wandem talem loplesia say, you cannot bend the law. No one is above the law. Loplesia also mimi sitan loplesia blow enforce law no more. I don't have also mimi no lo Vanuatu also one strong advocate of law mama blow Vanuatu blow all family blow Vanuatu mimi stapia blow enforce law no more. Mimi no want them block church only pendem. Time only pendem I find my way to ask why you do this. One time one church he looked me and said, sorry, I'm not going to talk to you. Because any service I'm going to ask him, but me try and blow up with them sometimes because me aggressive about all issues. Some Chief Justice, me one where me support them for plan the issues to do with the all woman. So me want something where me want them tell them law. You last say, but if I look talk law, I think last one. Loplesia said, together we can make a change. Mimi sitania, mi fala foya sitania, mi fala no say make a change. Change me must be holistic. You mean everyone way sitan Loplesia. So as you want them, one good thing happen lo you do good, you do right. And now mimi want them tell them also law. Media, the social issues, you must make sure say use them wisely. Today you may harem to all keta all Italian full of issues how hemi sabe damage you me. Then me start sitan lo plesia me want to tell them lo yivla say. For social media in nokat, Mr. Look, also from me one media literate me start pretem full of people naya also before you me read him anything law newspaper, hemi come out finish law social media. So Mr. Look Vanuatu hemi come proactive lo site lo social media be together you know say hemi part and good together so hemi now also today me subsidan lo plesia also me want them tell them say we want to balance it but how are we going to do it? So this is where ICT you try and educate them people also me want them look also me been asking them today say how many people outside are hearing what we are saying inside? So the message has to go. Everybody must get the right message. Because for some like me want them change. Some like me, or only want them criminal. Remember, you know, sabe change. Change, me must be holistic. Also, all student. Also, me stop sit down. Also, me want something where you must accept them. Say, you stop school yet. You need to do the right thing. Mimi stop haremol news lo malapo lo every school everywhere is marijuana. Also mimi want to tell them ifla say some lo mifla we look more younger than some lo yuvla all young fella. That's how I look at it. So it's best to commit yourself lo health lo you better. Also mifla stop also mifla you old now. The time if I look me stop telling from we are talking about the future. It's all about the future. It's not about the past. What we want to see now is all about the future. So thank you everyone who if I listen. Thank you all moderators. Sorry me talk too much. But I think I thank you big one.
Okay, thank you too much Jenny. Lo kimwan could round up lo how all woman only stop use social media lo likaram support lo ting ting blol kita mol work will start making. Suppose me save karam few lo kentonomo, especially lo site lo social media, lo workplace. I think you me start follow more development. By me haram say a few months back, I think public service me been stop social media, lo government network, and unfortunately, I not stop this afternoon. Lo kim some feedback lo me lo how hemi help lo service delivery as a result lo hemi productivity. Peken ton one na few play lo side lo social media yemi sum lo make mol work play me.
Thank you, moderator section. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I think me talk, me want them give him credit lo three vala women lo pleasure. Give him one pick vala clap them. Everyone over na tu. Ivala way ivala sta watch panel online. Ivala italem congrats lo anti way sit down from me make plan the work lo mama blimi mol sisters blimi. Also, give you one pick for club lo one lady mayor lo pot fila city council. Yes, and all prominent women inside lo governance lo Vanuatu. After let me just go out lo please Dalsi Banela emi telecommunication and radio communication regulator. All katana only regulate DTCL, TVL, Telsat, OneTalk, any kind ISP way stablo potfila mo provide telecommunication services lo Vanuatu. Name me Kenton Milroy, me on one small software development business lo potfila. Me participate plante lo all ICT initiative, both lo commercial and NGOs and community level, and also me got some experience working in the country and overseas as far as Europe, New Zealand, and Australia. So me been also come out lo one TV talk to I think several times lo social media. Well, social media has its associativity to big data for big impact. Big data and big impact emi Fimplothesia we ITU. Suppose me write section. ITU ITU International Telecommunication Union. All kita na all system outside big data and big impact. So how do social media aligns with a theme? Well, Facebook is one of the social media platform and it has over 1.2 billion users. Me reiterate lo 1.2 billion users. So Facebook no more. After Twitter, who knows? You current figure 1.2 billion users. After you also try and blow image name inside the head play activity where only start make them as a user. Posting videos, posting comments, likes. There are, as we speak, there are over 1 trillion likes by clicking those likes. There are over billions of sharing a particular post. There are billions of videos on Facebook. All those billions and all those millions and all those zillions of activities on Facebook, how do they store them? How now will store them? That is where big data come inside. Big data means you say technically if you were to store computer or digital data, you need to purchase servers. All this time big fella investment. So that's one fact about big data and big impact. Facebook is doing big impact around the world. China for one, me ban Facebook. All got on customized version lo Facebook or social media lo China. Previously, some couple of years back, it got one revolution where it take place lo Egypt where overthrowing one government. That is an impact of social media. Heme misa talk about one local revolution where it take place lo Port Vila, where previously lo last week lo night. It got one match lo reclaim the night where woman only one name say women too should have the opportunity to travel freely on the footpath around Port Vila. Minasay ba mi apologize so one something but me post them one got on something when me post them. Sorry lo evil woman. Post block this town so yeah, so but this is how and people interact. There are some swearing in there, lots of it. There are some people, you go to Facebook, there are criminals there, there are good people there, there are pastors there, there are chiefs there, there are anyone in there. They are using that platform to get their voice heard. That keyword is platform. Once upon a time, if you were to speak in a community or a village in Vanuatu, you would be asking the chief the permission. Plus tanaplo nasara. Plus you have a voice and consent you over one issue or one particular development or community. But this time, you are just split seconds away of raising your concern and posting it. Video, photos, music, files, anything. When I say anything, I mean any data. Any data where you have a post them or Facebook. But interestingly, also Facebook and one company, what are the jobs they are recruiting? Interestingly, if you go to Facebook jobs page on all classified way stuff, vacancies where you look, you got good salaries, and you're psychologist. All people will study brain bloman, all people will study behavior bloman, all people will study attitude bloman, build them social media platform at Facebook. After you ask him, say, one em now one section or one doctor is making him Facebook. One em now one psychologist. People will study about behavioral and attitude or characteristic of one society or one human being. Those positions at Facebook, well, commercially they're trying to provide a viable and a very user-friendly product. But in the end, what are they doing? That's why Andy mentioned them risk. They are using your data to commercialize because Facebook employs over thousands of people. How do they pay for salaries? How do they pay for electricity, water, and all this stuff? They're using your data. They're also doing advert and some other commercial activities. But your data is very important. Businesses come to Facebook, so Facebook can give them the trend of what people are doing on Facebook. If you post something about cakes, vanilla cakes, friend bloom yellow way posting vanilla. Oh, full room yellow like vanilla. So a business who is producing the product vanilla can use that data to sell that product after you economize low data. Yeah. So at the back of the scene, some businesses are using our data without our consent, without the government's permission, to economize and commercialize and grow their businesses. Well, that's not that's beyond our capacity to handle that, but that's what is going on in Facebook. We can go into nitty-gritty details of what's going on, but that's not the purpose of the talk. Another thing when I mention them is Facebook and me make one big impact. Facebook me got big data and that big data is making big impact. Vanuatu. Every weekend me go down lo Fatu Maurube. Me one popular Facebook Fatu Maurube. Lady Maystown, me Mr. promote them cleanliness lo pot fila tu lo weekend. I think sometime me funny small. Fatu Maurube after the weekend, lo Saturday or lo Friday night, you try and pay one visit ko down lo Fatu Maurube. Lo one small square meter no more me collect them over 10 Fanta cans. That same spot. 5 called the nickel bottles, 2 vodka, plastics rubbish. One small spot no more. But if I were to walk the entire segment pro beautification project lo Fatu Maurube, by me carrying one big flat camion lo pick up rubbish. That's every weekend. You have to clean him. Next weekend you come back. After me starting things, I think you me or littering investors. foreigner sigam li megema investment lo biti vai yumi lonai timi tenemo vai kametas. Yes. So how to time when we look, me say, what platform am I going to use? Same question, anti-waste town. What platform is she and her group are going to use to voice their concern for domestic violence? Well, Facebook is free, and Facebook has lots of Nivans in it, and foreigners too. So how do we collectively address an issue? We can make use of Facebook. Littering and vandalism is coming up. Well, some people here can create a Facebook page for their own villages. You got full of traffic accidents to happen. You got time, you got one data. You got one good for a data package, plus TVL2. You got one good for a data package. If you like to on Facebook page, promote them. Make them awareness about traffic or accidents. Or maybe cyclone is a city Mivala Torres. Mivala use Facebook too. Plore ma conscience plo Mivala, more ma fans. Lo cyclone pam Mivala receive over 600,000 lo Facebook no mo. 600,000 vatu. And a period of 10 days. Asking for donations. But the other thing is, when you request that and people freely give, you have an obligation to be accountable and transparent. Whatever way. So we have many issues in Vanuatu. Social media can help us to have a big impact. Transform Vanuatu into a more modern, friendly society. So foreigners, locals, everyone can live freely in this country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Mas Kenton. By opportunity, last one lo Kerry. Plehem share some insights, maybe some ideas. Plehem, I'm work planted lo media industry over lo years, and Misho said I start work social media I nakamiet. But me hope sa bahim sa vekim some ting lo side lo social media lo workplace.
Thank you, Tomas. Good afternoon, lo Yumi everyone. Thank you lo opportunity where Miss Sabekat lo Miss Torian small lo ting I think full up lo all ting Yumi harem finish and probably by Yumi but and more time lo Yumi Torian but lo talem no more say lo time where Yumi been change from traditional media to new media, you may find most say full of more people only got access, only got opportunity, only package some information, only use some information, whatever way only have use some long Monsieur said throughout long since this morning you may have full up talk about the more pros and cons, especially use of social media, use of ICTs, and so you may challenge you may love Vanuatu is how now you may have a use of ICT blow low advantage blow you may advance some ting blow development you may have finish full able ting and I think blow make a little bit justice law ting boy me like I'm lo afternoon today from me. In relation to value blow social media in relation to workplace how you may how much time you may spend them side social media and me contribute productivity or lack of productivity so you may sure say maybe me more Kenton by me to no appropriate person talk on behalf of the employers lo employers around lo globe me one challenge try and make sure say early time early hire more people come only at least only give him out Oli got oli sabe show him, demonstrate him full productivity blogata, lo sa lo workplace blogata. And research mi show also say mi one difficult something blow putum or blow control him use blow social media, especially for example Facebook. And lo one or two or some say mi sabe some say OGCIO hemi got one measure in place with them think block government say you may limit him time well get the employees always have spend them low social media. But yes, always have a limit him side low computers or PCs will use the workplace be low another side blame you miss have some say get two only got access low phones or have a use all smartphones probably got access low social media and therefore spend them a lot of time long low social media rather than only stop concentrate low get a work get now me come in low afternoon yeah blow just blow dalamo say yes definitely full up all get the employees only spend them a lot of time on social media. One positive something when we have dalem lo side blog the employers, but dalem also say you used to look at them all prospective employees, lo hire them all the only come, only join them you lo company blow you. One best way blow assess them all together, hemi blow you track them all together lo side blow through lo how will use media, social media especially. You have tell them full up something about them, one potential candidate. Time where you access him Facebook profile long him, or you call or LinkedIn profile long him, or you call or Twitter account long him. You find them. You shall find them a lot of information about them potential employees where you start look out them and full up companies around the world today only pick them up all the employees right from just by following them all the places where you start call him and me one plus all the employers we might only stop concerned about them how much time all the employees only spend them on social media. Me stop come lo place me satram lo go through lo sample information just lo share with them you me one lo study only make them lo US hemi tell them some information where by good lo you me share them lo you me harem you me understand them a little bit why all employees only spend them time on social media. One information hemi tell them 34% belong all the employees only feels lo US yeah maybe lo one other context semi different 34% belong all the employees only feels only no challenge lo work lo only no feel say only challenge ino got enough challenge lo challenge mo kata only make them work. Next lo place 34% only talamo say only spend them time on social media because only no got time outside long off time blokada only spend them with them all friends blokada therefore from say only overwork that is why only spend them time on social media. So 34% 32% only talamo say only go lo social media because only no got incentive company blokada or employer blokada hemi no provide them any incentive blow make them say only got motivation only made it motivated only make them work long all 30% only feel unsatisfied. So emi some lol the statistics blow US might you me love one or two you meet different little bit you need blow you me conduct them some surveys blow find them out reasons why people only call social media only spend more time lo social media rather than doing the job where only them all get that from. Anyway, me share some of thing and no blow just blow to him little bit chassis lo thing where you make him blow him haram lo afternoon today and by me no more take him any more time me save say you me everyone you miss have finished lo last time you go lo ICT all talam se generation lo the day hemi generation lo look town. Pull up only spend them time look mobile screen lo geda. Instead lo go play or spend more time lo kata lo look maybe interact with them all friends lo kata through lo social media. Hemi one fact of life lo the day and by you minus avaran lo lehem. Hemi want something where hemi come hemi start with them we just need lo you do something smart and me lo start lo you employees you need to be a little bit more smart in order lo you miss have a counteract them all the issues also lo start lo workplace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Thomas Kieri lo remarks we hemi kam social media also many naratul hemi good lo sometime and sometime blame too hemi no kuta but however you assume especially you where you work you all students you make sure say you make use lot time for you instead you stop use too much time lo stop go online maybe you have a go play outside you run small within flower plo mama plo you or clean current hemi something where you miss have a megam plo hemi take up time plo you me plo hemi help me plo you make all also social beings I know se mi kam you know sabe you feel Mr. Quiet you come you talk sabe how plo make more so ting hemi anomolo session plo you me lo this afternoon. Our sincere apologies to our panelists for the next session for this lateness, but we hope to make up some time. I think thank you too much. By not take many questions. However, all panelists there will stop around. Possibly like more questions lo topic we just discuss. Feel free to come around and talk. I think I'm one big hand lo all panelists please me. Okay, thank you Thomas. You may sit down long time Thomas. You stand up small, you stretch them you. While you may welcome all next panelists me this afternoon. Play me discuss one very interesting topic. Lo side lo ICTs and news blame lo time lo disaster. Hemi one very important topic. As possible, we start follow all natural disasters lately. We just got one cyclone, I think 2 weeks ago, and before him, you also got some nara severe weather, rain, and also you be fortunate. Say, we got 2 cyclones, Cyclone Cook with Cyclone Palm. However, without taking much of our time, I would now like to call on our panelists for our role of big data in response to natural disasters. So I suppose you may have come, if we can make our way up to the front. Thank you once again to all of us who are here. I will change my language to English, and I hope as we dialogue in this session, we're 1 hour behind, but we hope we can make up some time as we go through. Thank you for those who have been joining us online, also those following us on radio and on TV. Big welcome again to session number 5 on the role of big data to disaster response. I will introduce the panelists. To my left, we have Mr. Paul Gardner-Stevens. He's the founder and chief technical officer for a project called Serval Project out of Flinders University in Australia. And that project will be piloted here in Vanuatu. And we hope that Paul can discuss more on his project in this session. After Paul is Mr. Lakshmi Santarachan. He's the Director of Ground Systems for Pacific Satellite Broadband, based out of Singapore. So thank you, Lakshmi, for joining us this afternoon to share some information on the role of satellites, especially during natural disasters. And after Lakshmi is Salma Farouk, is with the United Nations World Food Program, based out of Fiji. And she will be speaking to us on the work that they do, especially in response to natural disasters. And after Salma is Mr. Sajjad. He's not new to this event. He's the Chief Technical Officer for Digicel Vanuatu, and he has also been involved in a few deployment projects for disaster response. And after Sajjad is Mr. Peter Korisa. Peter Korisa is the Operations Manager for the National Disaster Management Office, and he has been doing a lot of work in coordinating relief efforts in our natural disasters. So without taking much of our time, I will ask Peter to start off. He has something after this. And just to give us an overview on the role of big data in terms of disaster response. Thank you, Peter.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, moderator Jackson. I think I will speak in Bislama. My apology to my colleagues here. And I know that most of our audience are Nivan, so it's better for me to speak in Bislama. I think people are talk is the role of big data to disaster response. As you me experience in two cyclone where me pass law last month when beginning blow this month me been got cook, and then a week after you me got TC Tona where me blessed our work limit naya as we speak. I think me blessed up coordinate them response at go down all people do me lo torba, and of course blessed that look lonar islands or some Santom or a bit lo Malakula, and lo cook you me pin contact them assessment finish all areas. So by lo place na by me look how now data big data have me very important lo one disaster response. Me vla lo disaster thing lo you make one decision and me need one something with one evidence lo you make one decision lo respond lo one disaster. Now disaster data have me come in two phase. One have me all the database where you me got beforehand. Also population, number of people, number of types of houses, all evacuation centers, all kind of all infrastructure, all information flow, all logistics. And you me get all data here beforehand. And how do we get all those data? And you use all available tools where you me got, especially all ICT tools, all information tools where you me got, you collect more data. Now inside all informations where you use all application tools where you use them to collect more data before one disaster happen. Then when you got one disaster, and then you use all same data, you try and verify all impact of one disaster of one community, then you use some data you respond. One low example will be for data where you talk about them all semi-mentioned semi-population, all communities, all number of estimated number of crops, low agricultural crops, all infrastructure data, some road, type of airports, and all basic logistics, something or some boat, banana boats, ships, all kind of some got in country. So all data now also we got, and then with disaster you may need to access them. And then we want the response to one community, that's the time where data become very important because we need to know how many houses have been damaged. How many people only been issued one disaster? Like they broke only sick one outbreak one disease. And what upload us? How now have me damage. So very important lo you got all data. How fast now you collect them all data? Me one challenge lo you and that's when ICT come in. That's when how now you have strengthen them all tool play me or some for example suppose na if let's start with them Taurus and suppose you no have access place lo use some phone or use some high frequency radio, then if must use some internet, and to those people they access internet lo send them all quick they come back lo analyze them lo respond. So me one challenge lo NTMO and not only NTMO all every stakeholders where you start using lo respond to different events or different disasters. So lo bless me looks data me very important and one area where me play stop look lem lo how now you work together with them all data all information providers all telecommunication providers lo how now you have a best improve all big data upload collect them lo after one disaster lo inform one good response. So she no got information and then by response me slow and then complain because me ba. So she got good for data then by response me fast. I think with them brief talk mo thank you Thomas moderator mo thank you Lord audience. I think with this afternoon I thank you Thomas lo bisa taking this opportunity just lo introduce one way. Why now me play film data also one important something lo response lo one disaster.
Okay, thanks Jackson, and thanks the other also. My name is Sajad, and I'm the Chief Technical Officer of DigiCell. I'm been in Pacific for almost 8 years now, and was part of the Cyclone Palm. I was here, and Cyclone Cook, and the last one also. Just will share some experience actually, how big data can help and how we have used it. So we all know what big data means. It's all about customer information and their GPS location, their age, their all whatever geographical location is, and then using that data, how we can actually quickly find out some solution or help the government and DMO and other authorities to find out what's going on in real situation on ground. So just an example, let's say earthquake in Haiti last time. So there were more than 5,300 update within 2 days for the location update. So there is a feature on Google which is called Google People Finder. So if you are in any area and if you have updated all your location according to whenever you normally use your profile, so if you are missing and if you update that one, this location will automatically update and all your family, friends, everyone can see where you are, whether you are safe or not. So similarly, I don't know if you have ever experienced that sometime if there is a earthquake, tsunami or any cyclone, then the people living in that area on their Facebook page, there will be a message on Facebook safety check also. So how the Facebook safety check work actually, it's again pick your GPS location. And if there is a disaster, it will check whether you are within this disaster zone or not. So if you are within this disaster zone, there will be automatically a message on your profile and you can update it. And if you say, yes, I'm safe, at least all of your family, friends and people around you, they will know that you are okay. In other scenario, if you can't do that and if you don't use this big data information, then you have to go and maybe everyone will try to call you, the network is congested, you won't be able to make call, nobody will know where you are, where your whereabout and things, and this has become a problem for the family and friends also. So two features which are very common now, Facebook and Google. Google Finder, People Finder, and similarly the Facebook Safety Check for the people both using the Google big data information. So the question is, like one of the previous panelists, he mentioned that there are 1.2 billion customer or users on Facebook. So if there are 1.2 billion users, how Facebook, one person or the company will know who is living where? So all this data is coming from big data information. It is already stored, all information are there, and then you can use it, and wherever, anywhere in the world, if there is a disaster, system will automatically pick it up. If you do it manually, maybe it will take you months and years to find the information. But if you use the big data information and those algorithm and automatic system, then within 5 minutes you can actually pick up there are 5,000 people who are living in this zone, and there are these many household, and all this information is within no time actually it's available. So this is what we actually in the first world countries, that's how they do it. Just from my experience here from Vanuatu, just like Cyclone Palm. So we had a request, it was from NDMO for example, and they requested the customers information for last 1 year. So last 1 year, if I have to find each customer, let's say if we have 100,000 customer and we want to know where were those 100,000 customer in every month. So their displacement will show a valuable information, whether after Cyclone Palm, these people who are living in Palma and Eromango and for example in Imai, which were the most affected area, what happened after Cyclone Palm, whether these people are still living there or they have moved to Port Vila. So using your mobile location, we can actually find out you are connected to which tower. So if you are connected to Pentecost Tower or Palma Tower, after a month you are connected to Port Vila Tower, it's mean you have damages to your house and there is no way to live in that area. You have to move down back to Port Vila. So if you are moved to Port Vila, do you have accommodation? Do you have those facilities? Is there anything Vanuatu government can help you? So those kind of information, one by one, it is not possible to collect. But as using the big data information, we can check for the last full year for every single customer, every single information, where they were, how many calls they made, after that what they are doing. So these kind of details analysis can be done within no time, and it can be used for disaster recovery also. So normally it's not possible. In simple way, there are 4 ways to do that actually. You have prevention, you can do the recovery after the prevention, something which is not in humans control. We can't do it. If there is a disaster, of course we can't control it. But what we can do is after the disaster, how we can do the recovery, how we can do it quickly. So again, like Torres group in last cyclone, there was no network and it was very difficult to find out what's going on. So what the options are, if you have to get an helicopter, go there and find out every single village, it's going to take time. But if the network is up there, people can update it on Facebook, they can update it on Twitter, they can update it on their whatever profile they are using, and the same information, it's not only the information about the people, but when they upload the photos, their pictures, their surrounding areas, whatever is coming in, so those photos, those information are available on social media, and you can use it as a source of finding out what are the damages on ground. So again, just to end up, the big data information, it doesn't matter whether we are in a small country, in a small area, it's a big disaster, small disaster, social media, your Facebook details, your Google details, your call record, your CDRs, all those information can be used for disaster recovery. And this is where the government agency can work with all the telecommunication service provider or the social media users to recover quickly from disaster or after cyclone or any damages. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sajad. Hi, everyone. My name is Salma Farouk. I'm from the United Nations World Food Programme, and I'm just also going to talk a little bit about big data and disaster response, and also give a few examples as well. So I guess from the outset, information is vital for disaster response, whether that's big data, or if I can call it small data. So all information is vital for disaster response. And the key thing about the data that's coming in is that it must be timely, it must be relevant, and it must be reliable. So if the information is not reliable, then it's not much use, whether it's big or small data. So when the needs of an affected population are known, then it allows us to direct all of the resources to where they need to go in an accurate and in a targeted way. And also, in addition to the response, prior to perhaps a natural disaster, big data can help us to understand when dangers might be coming up. So I guess in humanitarian responses, you know, as humanitarian responses modernized, big data has become more and more important in that way. But it's not so much the big data. I guess it's the humanitarian questions that big data can help us answer. So it's really coming from a people focus and how the big data can serve people essentially. So that'll big data more and more, and I think as Sajjad has sort of highlighted, is telling us where affected communities or people are, what their movement patterns are like, what do they need, perhaps where the threats are coming from and things like that. So that's some of the humanitarian questions that big data can help us answer. So I just wanted to put up a few examples, just to sort of maybe show in pictures a little bit about big data and how it's helping. So the first example here is just is essentially a map of the world, and it's got lots and lots of dots on it. And all of those dots are actually weather observation stations, and this is perhaps I think it's a picture from the Australian Bureau of Meteorology from 2014. But all of those dots are weather stations, and they're all capturing data. And all of that data is being collected into central databases and repositories, and it's allowing meteorological officers to be able to predict the weather. So that, if you can, I think in that map there is about 35,000 weather stations and observation stations on ships, on land, and buoys in the sea, and they're all collecting data. The next example here is an example from my organization, the World Food Programme, in collaboration with some other organizations as well. And we work together to take sources of information from satellite weather data, from crowdsourced food price data, and household survey data, and use all of that information to bring it together to assess the impact of El Nino in 3 countries. So the key thing is that all of that data can come in, it needs to be processed, but the key thing is, and I've circled that in red, is the people at the bottom there who are decision makers and going to be assisting in the disaster response. So that's the policy makers, it's perhaps the food security people, it's the farmers who are dealing with the effects of drought. And those end users of that big data information are what it's all about. If it's going to help them, then great. If it's not, then it's noise and it's not useful, and it shouldn't be dwelt upon. The next example here is, I guess, an example from Vanuatu. I think last year there was a mini census that happened in Vanuatu. And as I understand, the collection of the data happened through electronic tablets. And all of that information directly from the people was captured on an electronic tablet. And as soon as that electronic tablet had internet connectivity, through the push of a button, all of that information could be sent to the statistics office and captured in a central database. And you can imagine the traditional old models or the traditional models used in many countries today, which is where they capture census data on paper. And then all of that paper needs to be transcribed onto a computer, and then from a computer it needs to go into the central database. But if you can capture it from the source in an electronic format, it makes the analysis and the ability to sort of slice that data and understand what it's about so much quicker, and it also improves the quality in many ways as well. Another example here is drones or unmanned aerial vehicles, and they're increasing use in disaster response as well. And you'll see in a couple of those rotor with the propellers on the top, the rotor UAVs, and they've got cameras attached to them, and increasingly you'll see that aerial images from drones are used in disaster response. And so that information that's captured through that sort of aerial imagery can be stitched together to form interesting analysis about perhaps how disaster response can be better shaped. Quick fact, there are over 8 billion mobile connections in the world, which is, I think, more than the population of planet Earth. So that tends to the fact that there's a lot, and I know we've talked about Google and Facebook and all of these social media applications that are out today. And you can imagine with this many mobile connections, it's obvious that most people are connecting through those platforms using their mobile phones. I just wanted to touch on, I think, something that Sajad also touched on, which is around using mobile data information, mobile information from towers and from mobile network operators on understanding the movement of people. So this example here is from the Haiti earthquake in 2010. And using data, I think it was a collaboration with Digicel in Haiti at the time, the humanitarian community and humanitarian responders were able to understand when the earthquake actually happened what the movement of people were in the capital city. So you can see there's a dip at the beginning of that chart where the number of people in the capital city decreased significantly, and then it slowly built back up. So that helps you to understand the movement of people, and for a humanitarian organization, it very much helps to try and target your response and perhaps where you better gonna, from my organization's point of view, which is the World Food Program, where food assistance might be best targeted. So those are just some examples. Those are the few examples that I had. But I also wanted to mention perhaps some of the challenges that come with big data. Big data is, it's ultimately when you're trying as an organization or as a humanitarian organization to respond, the use of big data, you must have the right staff in your organization to be able to use that data effectively. Big data needs technical people, perhaps database administrators and people with analytics skills to be able to use that data to create reports for decision makers to actually use to make a decision. So if an organization doesn't have that capacity, which is often the case, then the big data perhaps will just stay locked away in a database, not to be used by anyone. Also, it's about organizations' willingness to share information. So you know, we talked about mobile network operators, fixed line network operators, social media, Facebooks of the world, WhatsApps, whoever they are. They can't just take all their data and give it to a humanitarian organization like that. So somehow you need to work together and have an understanding between each other about how that data is going to be shared. And in disaster response, when you're trying to respond quickly, sometimes it can take a bit of time to set those things up. So perhaps as we plan our response, in the planning phases, we have to establish relationships with network operators and other organizations as well. The other thing to mention is capturing big data and processing big data requires a lot of electricity. There's lots of servers involved and infrastructure involved in doing that. And so if power is an issue, then the capturing and processing of big data can also be an issue. So those were just a couple of things I wanted to highlight with respect to big data and from a humanitarian perspective. So in that, I'll hand over to the next person.
Hi, good afternoon to all. This is Lakshmi from Pacific Broadband Satellite. So we are looking at the role of data into emergency and disaster response. So I think this information, what I'm showing right now, probably you may be well aware of what is being shown, that this part of the world is prone to the most of the disasters, and if you look at the specific data, so Vanuatu has been at the receiving end, and in the last 6 months, probably there have been 3 cyclones since I've started handling this specific region. So I can imagine the amount of disasters that strike this part of the world. So there are 2 specific case studies after this, which I think you may be much more aware of this whole the couple of cyclones that are following up the slides. But what I would like to do is that I would like to narrate my own experience. So I come from India. So there were 2 specific disasters which I was part of, and I could really see the difference what the data could really bring in. So the first experience was probably more than a decade ago. That was the tsunami that struck arise from in the Indonesia, and it struck the coastal part of the southern India, and I come from the southern part of India. So there used to be a long coastline, the beach, and so there used to be a lot of activities that used to go on in that. So the amount of devastation that the tsunami created, we could really see in front of the eyes. But at that point of time, since it was more than a decade ago, the data explosion wasn't there so much. And probably I just completed university at that point of time, so there wasn't much of data and internet at that point of time. This so that was something which I just saw it in front of my eyes, but again, what kind of support I was able to extend, I'm really not sure on that. But the second incident that happened was 2 years back. So there was a huge flooding in the same place, that is the capital of Tamil Nadu. So where the uh, it, it the flooding was across the entire lifeline of the city, and people really lost contact with their mobile connections. The hospitals were basements were flooded, and for 2 days, literally people lost all connectivity and the power. So what was really left was just keeping the data on their mobile network. So that's something which I really saw. There was a group of people in the social networking platform Twitter, where they created this group to generate aid for or support items for people who are really isolated even within the city. So you can imagine the islands. So even within the city. So the key information that was flowing through was basically it was basically missing. So as Ms. Salma highlighted, so the information is really the vital key. So who needs? So there may be a lot of aids that may be available with the team on one side, but who really needs that specific aid? Who really needs, say, food or medicines, or what would they need? So that information is really the critical one, and that needs to come in with at the right time and at the right place. So there's no point in sending the information to a person who doesn't have any aid with them. So information is something which is really the key here, and the information has to be reliable. And so on this Twitter, I could really see a lot of information being, it was just retweeted left side, right side. So there was the same information was coming back again and again, saying that this specific region needs this resource, this specific region needs this aid. So it's about the right information that needs to be processed, and the data is huge. And so whether we could really act on each and every data, I would say so. Probably if we are able to act even on 10% of it, that's really a great achievement. So the first experience was without any data connectivity. The second experience was with data with data connectivity. So I could really see the kind of difference what the internet could really bring in in terms of the natural disasters, to support the natural disasters. So this is just a write up about the typhoon in Philippines and Vanuatu. I think I really don't need to explain more on this. Okay, so when I look at the natural disasters, what are the key things that the region that has been affected really needs? So the first thing is the basic necessities, so which may be food, water, and etc. The second is the medicines, because after the disaster, so the people are really prone to diseases. So that's something which is going to rapidly spread across. And the third one would be the financial aid. So people may have lost money, so they need to really get some finance to build back their lives. So let's assume that. So assuming that, okay, we have all the three. So we have got a team who is giving the medicine kits. We have got a team who is sending the basic food packets and some waters, and we've got a team which is giving some financial aid. Now, what is the missing part in all this in this whole thing? So you have everything, but the main thing is to communicate to the people that all these three are there. So which is the real key message that which needs to be there. So communication really plays a key role in this world. Even it may be between countries to countries, as simple as it just about when we are talking to someone, it's just communication between people is what really makes a lot of sense. So when we look at communications during the disaster, during the natural disaster, so I really look at three key mode of communications. One is satellite communications. That's from where I come. The second is mobile communications. As Mr. Sajid highlighted, that the mobile communications plays a vital role. You could mark your presence using Facebook, Google, so knowing that you can communicate to people, tell that yes, I'm alive, I'm running through. Third one is the radio communications, which is, they call it as amateur radio communication. So these are basically used by the first responders to the disaster area. So I've come across one specific case which was in Nepal. So there was an earthquake that was a couple of years back, and I knew that there were two people from one of my groups. So they went in there straight away without just carrying their radio kit, and that's basically the amateur radio system. So they have a specific key code for them, an identity for them, and they just send a message in the form of telexes. So you can see tuck tuck tuck. Then they say that, okay, this is required at this place. I am now at this specific location. So those are some things which can really help the first responders to distribute the information to the outside world, saying that, okay, this is what is happening with this specific place. Now, so for coming from Pacific, so we are really a satellite communications company, and we intend to provide internet broadband to the Pacific. So what we could really do is that when we know that when a natural disaster strikes, so the key part is to establish the communication back, whether it can be low speed, whether it can be high speed, but the first point is to establish the communication so that the information can be dispersed to the rest of the world on what is really required. And the key to success here is how fast can you deploy the systems there? How fast can people get access to the outside world? That's really going to be the key. And when it comes to when it comes to this connectivity solutions, so it needs to ensure that so we look at it from three phases. One is, the first thing is emergency response. So as soon as we hear of some disaster, so there should be a team who should be able to just come into the location and start sharing some data, and then subsequently with using those data, the entire team and people who are able to support the disaster area, so that we start doing the rescue efforts. So that's basically sending the waters, the medicine aids, and some financial funds, and then subsequently we also need to help in ensuring that we help the region rebuild, because there's no point in, okay, I'm just doing a rescue, I'm giving everything, and now I'm off. Doesn't make sense. So we need to help to build the community back again with the same people who have really gone through this whole disaster. So that's basically the recovery systems. So what is something that we could do? So Pacific as such, we provide internet broadband services. So a simple model could be that whoever is using, the primary services that are being used across the region, so it can be any region, so across the specific region for internet broadband services. So what we could probably do is that we could have a small terminal which really comes in a backpack. So I'll be showing a demo of that. So you could just carry it, and we could so there could be a set of terminals maintained at a specific location, and those could be used as emergency terminals. So there could be a set of people, so just travel with the backpack, set up the terminal there. It takes few minutes to just set up the terminal and get the connectivity back. So that helps the first phase of emergency recovery. So we just start the connectivity there and start sending information to the global to the outside world of exactly what is required. And with these kind of connectivities, you could even send the photographs of how the location looks like, in addition to the drones, and which can really capture the whole effect of the disaster of that specific location. So we could see that on a normal scenario, so the capacity is being used, so the internet is being used by the home users, and during a disaster scenario, instead of going for a new capacity, the same could be used for emergency terminals. And these terminals could either be used by an individual for internet access, or it could be connected to a picocell or a femtocell to ensure that you get a mobile coverage for a shorter distance, and people could log in to their mobile networks. So there are different applications that could be run on these kind of small terminals. So this is really how the terminal looks like. It's extremely small. It comes in a backpack, and it's less than 40 kg. So you can just pick it up and put it up, and it's just going to take only 5 or 10 minutes to really set up the entire setup ready. And so as specific, again, our solution would be based on our satellites, and so we are coming up with our own HTS satellite, which is going to provide more than close to 40 gigabits of capacity over this specific region across the Pacific and the Southeast Asia coverage, and we should be up by 2019. So currently we provide services using the other satellites as of now. So this is how the coverage looks like. So we extend from the Southeast Asia to the Pacific Islands to the entire coverage, and it's a customized capacity for each and every region, each and every spot across this whole region. So when it comes to K-band, so as these solutions that the emergency communication, it can be frequency independent. It's not necessary that it has to be on K, but the benefit is that it can be deployed faster. So these are off-the-shelf available equipment, so it's quicker to be set up at the site, and it can be used to support from the start of the emergency response till the recovery set up, and the services are reliable. We do run the video services, we do run voice, we do data services on these satellite communications, and it's been used by mobile operators, it's been used by internet service providers. So each and every one of, whether it be it is in Africa or Middle East or Southeast Asia or Pacific, each and everyone uses satellite communications, and the reliability of the data is consistent. And the terminal that we intend to provide is something which we keep in mind is going to be the affordability. So being, if you're going to keep a group of equipments at a central place and then further distribute it to those disaster locations, so that makes it that it can be used at any part of the Pacific region. So it's not necessary that it can be used only in Vanuatu, but as long as it can be sent. So these are portable terminals, so it can be carried anywhere to the disaster region. So that makes it much more affordable, and it can be used over and again. And again, with governments in place, so they could probably offer some kind of subsidies, and it could be provided even to the NGOs to ensure that they set up the connectivity. So this is something that we currently we have a usage. So this is how the terminal looks like and how it is really fitted. So just wanted to show a small video of it. It's comprised of photos, but this is how it really looks like. So this is how you start building the antenna, and it's the tripod, and then you have the first piece of the reflector, and then slowly you have these couple of kind of latches. So you just keep building the latches one by one, and there will be 6 pieces, and then you have this reflector done. So you can see behind those kind of latches. So it's just a kind of fix lock. That's it. So you don't really, it's not really something that is complicated. And then you have the main component, which is the feed, which basically processes the signal that is received from the satellite, and that's it. And that's it. That is fixed. And the whole package really comes in one backpack, which can really be carried. You can see it. It's just on the back it's just on the backpack. And so with this setup, this ensures that you could set up this entire terminal at any of the disaster locations and ensure that you can get a fast recovery of that specific region, and provide relief to those specific area which has been affected by the disaster. And that's it from my end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I guess my piece of the puzzle is, I think in many ways, very complementary to the other pieces. I think people have explained quite well the need for information in a disaster situation, the difficulty of getting information into and out of a disaster situation, and the carriers and innovative providers, whether it's satellite or with other platforms, really do a most amazing job at getting connectivity restored, or actually importantly, having the connectivity there on a day-to-day basis so that it is there after a disaster. But there's often a gap, and that might be that some cell towers are broken, it might be that a satellite dish has been damaged or hasn't been installed because we're talking a remote location. And what I've tried to do over the last few years is think about solutions that can help us sustain communications after a disaster by in fact actually getting it in there, ideally, beforehand in a useful way on a day-to-day basis, but in a very affordable way. And this really has come down to the realization that the mobile phones that we carry around, they can actually talk to a phone tower some number of kilometers away. So why can't they talk to the phone that's just down the street? And why can't that phone talk to the phone down the next street? And so form a localized network and a localized communications capacity. Now, it will never be the same as a cellular network, because the infrastructure is there for a very good reason, and that's to provide the nationwide, the global-wide connectivity, to provide the quality of service, so that every time you pick it up and you want to make a phone call, you can make a phone call, and so that when you send a text message, it gets there immediately. But for those gaps, when we're waiting for the network to come back up, or when we're waiting for the network build out to happen, there is a tremendous need and a tremendous benefit if we can make the mobile phones communicate with one another to provide at least local connectivity within a village, within a community, or within the communities on an island. And so this really is what the Several project is all about, finding interesting new ways to use the mobile phones that are already commercially available with as little else in addition to that, so that people can communicate in the lead up to a disaster, because they're now familiar with the use of the technology. In the same way, if we think again of cellular networks, the first thing many people will do is try and pick up their mobile phone after, whether it's an earthquake, a tsunami, a cyclone, or whatever. They use the tools that they are familiar with, and so we really want to build on and complement the existing work in that space, and particularly the work of the carriers, so that we can close those gaps, so that people can communicate immediately, so that the information that we want to collect, so that response can be more effective, more efficient, more targeted, that this can happen not days or hours after a disaster, but it can actually be happening during the disaster, so that there is no gap, there is no blackout. And this, we believe, will have tremendous benefit. I mean, we can look here within Vanuatu in the last week or so with Cyclone Donna, and the time that it's taken to get the reports down from the northernmost islands where the cyclone either made landfall or came very close. And how much nicer it would have been if we could have the data coming in real time from those communities, for those communities to be able to communicate within themselves in real time, so that we only need to get, for example, one satellite link in the area to get the data in or out. And we've been doing this on an open source basis because we want this technology to be freely available for everyone. And the small hardware devices that we've been creating to complement the phones, to extend the range, and to provide the low-cost ways to push targeted information up to satellite and to pull it down, we've also been designing as open hardware. So this is one of the nice things about being in a university, is that we can create solutions which are very different and complement the existing strengths of the commercial offerings that are available. So I guess really that's the piece that we're trying to fill, is to bridge these gaps, to keep people communicating no matter what is going on with the weather or with other forms of disaster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, panelists, for giving your views on our topic, big data for disaster response. We have about 5 minutes for any burning questions from the audience. Yes,
so the question that was just asked was if I can explain a little bit more about the technologies we're creating and how they enable local communications in an area if the regular cellular network is down. And so the way our system works, there is an app that you install for Android phones, and will work on the smallest and most affordable Android phones. Unfortunately, at the moment, not on older feature phones. And the phones can either by Bluetooth communicate with one another, or using one of our serval mesh extended devices, which is a small wireless solar-powered device that can relay communications between phones nearby using Wi-Fi. But then this device also has a UHF radio that can transmit over several kilometers. But perhaps the most important piece of the technology is that every device, so every phone in the network and every mesh extender, stores in encrypted form, so only the correct person can read the communications when they receive it, but it will store and forward on and to repeat on communications for every other device in that network. So you could have one village and another village with no communications link between them. If even one person goes between those villages carrying their phone with them, they could be delivering potentially thousands of messages for hundreds or thousands of people in that location, and then they might be there for some for a few minutes or a few hours, and communications to go back the other direction will hop automatically onto their phone without them having to even think about this happening. They then come back home, and suddenly there's thousands of messages delivered for the people back in their home village as well. So if you like, it's an infectious data model that we use. So your phone catches the communications for every other device and shares that with the other devices participating in the network. So it's designed, as I say, it's very different to a cellular network in the performance that it has and in the strengths and weaknesses that it has. So it can complement and work in situations where the cellular network is still struggling to come back up. Infrastructure-wise, we can fill those gaps for local comms.
Thank you very much for that question. I take it as there's no more further questions from the audience. Can we give a big round of applause to our panelists for sharing with us information relating to disaster response. So this takes us to the last session for today. We'll have our next two presentations coming up. There's the Smart Sisters robot demonstration and also the mobile app pitch that's coming right after the demo. So all pikinini we will start around. I got some girls play me loplesa and the program plus Smart Sisters. Balikam demonstrate them one robot where you may build them loplesa no more. And tab loplesa and you may hope se balikam soon. Plo always have a make them demo. All ketaya. I think balikam introduce them all keta a bit more. Time balikam talk about program plo keta. And web place now balitegam robot golem. So you may hang around about 5 minutes time balikam on. Plo make a small demo. Once again, thank you Thomas. Give yourself a little stretch while waiting for Smart Sisters to come and do the robot demo. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, happy ICT Day, everyone. Happy ICT Day. Back 2017, Empower as President here in the station this year. Having an official female mascot. I mean not Nasi. So you're gonna take everyone with say my Nasi. No, Nasi is totally different law Empower. This is Empower or Emily for short. Midnight clap. Introducing the unit of this afternoon, the Smart Sisters Robot Team. Woo! Come on out, Smart Sisters. Smart Sisters, we're ready for you. Yeah, give me one big hand, look at that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lilia Raptik, and I'm currently studying at Central School. I will be giving a brief background on how we started. Last year, we were fortunate to be selected for the 2016 Smart Sisters ICT Camp. During the 2016 camp, we did JavaScript, Python, graphics design, website design, and tech rocket in theory and each practical activities. Before the end of the camp, we were inspired when visiting Meteo to see how technology is being used there. We were privileged to attend the Pacific ICT Day in 2016 here at Convention Center. At the end of the camp, we each went home smiling with our HP laptops to continue hands-on the activities. Each participant had created an email account to stay in touch with our mentors. It was an exciting program. Then comes 2017, where Vanuatu was invited to attend the first Global Robotic Challenge in Washington, D.C. You will now see a video from the organizers' first Global.
Here we are at Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., home of the inaugural First Global Challenge. Hello, my name is Tim Dodds, and on behalf of First Global, we'd like to take the time to welcome you to the inaugural First Global Challenge. We are an international organization that understands and appreciates the importance of bonding together as a global community. We are modeled after the International Olympics Committee, where each country will send one participatory team to represent it in these annual robotics games. FIRST stands for the inspiration and recognition of science and technology, and our mission is simple: to engage and inspire our young learners around the globe to actively pursue their passions in science and in technology, but to also cultivate the emerging leaders around the globe that the world so desperately needs to solve some of its biggest future problems. We want the same type of enthusiasm that's shared for youth athletics around the globe to also be shared with robotics, science, and technology. In an effort to do this, First Global will be hosting the inaugural First Global Challenge in Washington, D.C. in July 2017 at the world-renowned Dar Constitution Hall, just steps away from the White House and other iconic D.C. landmarks. Although this inaugural event will be held in the United States, we are truly global in spirit, and we will be hosting hundreds of high school-age students from around the globe and representing over 100 countries at this inaugural event. In addition, future events with First Global will be held in other countries' capitals throughout the globe. Student teams will have several months to design, construct, and program their robots to address a set of challenges that are bound under one common and unified theme, which is access to clean and drinkable water. In addition, these teams will be grouped with teams from other countries around the globe to embrace the spirit of cooperation and collaboration in combating these global challenges. Our goal and our intent is to provide these students and these players with the opportunity to interact with other students and players from different countries around the globe while ultimately appreciating the differences between them. Now, more than ever, we need to inspire the next generation of young leaders in science and technology in a cooperative spirit. The world faces grave problems, and only this next generation of leaders and scientists can solve them. On behalf of First Global, welcome to the inaugural Global Challenge, and we look forward to seeing you in Washington at the Games.
It is again an opportunity that excites us as our names were selected to represent the Vanuatu team. The first Global Robotic Challenge theme this year is Provide Access to Clean Water and will be from 16 to 18 July 2017. In Vanuatu, we do have contaminated water, and when consumed, it affects our health. Therefore, we believe that with technology, we can detect and remove contaminated particles and provide clean water for consumption and keep Vanuatu healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilia. Pamit askem next fla speaker ploy ka mantap lo pahem wan introduce me wan limi everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayla. I'm a student at Central, and I am helping out with the Smart Sisters robotic team. I will be briefly talking about H2O flow. The first global competition involves two different types of balls. We have the blue balls, which represent the clean water particles, and the orange balls that represent contaminated particles. Secondly, the robots are to pick up the colored balls and put them in the correct labs. Lastly, 3 different countries will team up to form an alliance with their robots. The team with the most points wins. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayla.
Hi everyone, my name is Lana and I will be talking about the robots that we have built. First of all, for us to get used to the parts of the robot, we had to build a trial robot. The first global organizers prepared a tutorial video which we watched and followed to assemble the trial robot. In building it, we were introduced to many robot parts, such as extrusions, that would be the structure of the robot, and brackets and screws that would hold the robot together, and motors, batteries, and control hubs that would give power to the robot. After assembling the trial robot, we then had to program it using block coding in order for the robot to move around. Once done building the first trial robot, each of us felt that we were now ready to build our final robot. The final robot that we were now to build will be the robot that we will be taking with us to the first global robotics competition. To help us build this robot, we had no instruction manuals or tutorial videos to help us build the robot. So we had to use our imagination and creativity to design, invent, and build the robot. We've already started building the final robot for the competition, and we faced a lot of challenges along the way. For me, the biggest challenge that I faced was the fact that we were required to come up with creative ideas for the robot and use these ideas to actually build the robot. Right now, we are in the process of designing the robot to pick up the balls and move them around. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you all our robot. Although it is still in the building process, it will be the robot that we will be taking to compete in the first global robotics competition in Washington, D.C. this July. Thank you.
Okay, keep up the clap back and look at the girls. Also, you may look, all get a female, me one history, me one breakthrough, Vanuatu national. But watch them robot, how will he demonstrate them? This robot, you see, when you're talking about robot, you're talking about the moon, you're talking about under ocean. So the girls are building robot in Vanuatu. Give them a nice big round of applause. Infanteries, they invent, they create, they use the imagination, and here comes the robot itself. So, Bagian Empower is here just to empower the girls, give them power. So they'll be traveling to Washington, D.C. in the coming weeks, so very soon. So, Washington, D.C. for the Vanuatu girls. Ay, ay, ay.
Hi everyone, my name is Cassandra Alul. I'm studying at Malabwa College. Thank you all for being attentive to the Smart Sisters Robot Team presentation. As you all know, we have less than 2 months to go before the competition. We will try to complete building and preparing the robot for the challenge. We need and appreciate any financial support towards our presentation to represent Vanuatu at the robot competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. Okay, Bami ask one question, Livla. After Bami give him time, Livla will ask him maybe just 2 or 3 questions would be fine. Whenever I'm your challenges, Livla, mo whenever you will learn him, you will start building a robot. Yeah.
One of the challenges we face are that we must first know all the names of every materials and tools before we start using them. we have learned to use our we have learned to use our skills to our creative skills to build something important or useful, and also to solve not only our problems but the problems in our community.
Thank you, Cassandra. Okay, time you open small. So if you got any question, ask lo all smart sisters before you go down lo Washington DC lo July. Any question? No. All papa, mama, any question? All young fella, all boy, all girl, all pikinini. Okay, since you don't got any question, thank you lo smart sisters lo save taken this afternoon lo save kam presente one and well kam lo show him limi. So once again, give you one big hand lo smart sisters. Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, thank you Thomas, smart sisters. So semi Mr. Vevenis, emi ol beginning iblo yumi, we under lo umbrella body blo women and girls in ICT. Only learn blo program mol apps, building mol games, or building mol mobile applications too. And for Falaya, we'll start all for it blaming about the travel to Washington DC lo July. But me now invite Miss Nganga, blow him come give him update blow me lo all financial funds so you may collect them from cheap lolketa. Sponsorship way so far you may collect them from all beginning blow you me. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Mimi stalo committee blo fundraising blo team robot Vanuatu by mi travel ko Washington lo July. But from the most only just invite you me lo yaya and like me you not got any budget, any plan we start go on before that. So now yeah we stop. Me start trying to find more sponsors. If sponsorship, I mean, open to anyone. If anybody, want them donate them one small vatu come towards team with Baiko, just help them with all traveling expenses blow get up. I really appreciate them. And one more thing, suppose you want them sponsor as a business or an individual, every sponsor of the team by name Blifla have me come out during the competition. So by having also one marketing strategy too, all business houses especially, you'll be promoted worldwide, every place Bali look you've learned. It will be live too. I think Hemianamo, thank you.
So, you know, Stako back lo yumi lo nation. All of the girls are here inventing, creating, using their imaginations, and also they need support. They need support from many companies, business houses that we can support them financially to go down and represent our country, Pacific, right down there in Washington, D.C. So once again, we're looking forward for your support. Once again, give them a nice big round of applause. Thank you, girls. And once again, Van 2017, Empower, wishing them good luck, and also you all eat well, stay well, healthy lifestyle, and we'll meet on the Fun 2017 Pacific Game. Girls, wishing you all the best.
I think while all this stuff current photo blow kita, me no got one question, which is like blow me tell them congratulations. Ikolo smart sisters from Kutfala program where nilanem plante or Kutfala something lo site advanced real technology. And thank you to Ikolo all organizers, blow smart sisters and OGCIO. Plus support all kita. I think as a parent or as a family member, blow all girls, so you should proud. You should very proud of accomplishment blow all girls. And I mean first time ever whereby only go lo one big fella event also me no sabe se how much countries barely participate inside of this challenge, but you may wish him you all girls all the very best, good luck and well done.
Once again, thank you for your time. Wishing you all the best. Have a nice ICT day.
Thank you, Thomas. Lo yumi los smart sisters. Yumi no runway. Yumi got one more last fala presentation. Blotete. Presentation ya. Payol kita lo tiarana wali organizer. Hemi mo lo site lo development lo all applications. And you know runway you stop hang around. I got a few presenters wali stop bisa. Lo talk about all ideas lo kita. And Brad lo tiara now hempai hemi coordinate them. Hemi very interesting. You stop, you listen. Lo ting whereby group hemi share mo timi lo right after lo hemi. Thank you Thomas.
Good afternoon, everybody. While they just set up here, the TRR is interested in developing apps for the local community. Last year at the ICT Days, there was some questions about local content apps and whether there was anything available for mobile phones. We did a very short little competition to see if there was anything out there or there was any entrepreneurs that were willing to develop something, and we were going to add a little bit in to help them fund that particular application. So we have one presentation to be provided. We have a couple of professionals to actually judge and give advice back to the presenter. We have Dr. Hossman from the University of Arizona, who's been over here for the solar spell, and we have Hussein Ozel, who's a chief technologist from Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. So both have had experience in developing hardware and software applications, so they will give some feedback. So I'm going to hand over to Keith Gordon, who will give you a presentation on the app that he believes is worthwhile for Vanuatu, and we'll take it from there. Thank you. As we just get the PC ready, like technology, it always is slow.
Okay. Good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Our pitch deck app idea is known as Nevenangen, which is the topic of our presentation. Nevenangen is the Modulava dialect for our culture. Our mission statement clearly defines our app development goal, and that is to preserve culture and provide the young people with an opportunity to embrace and practice their cultures. We must know that preservation of culture is so valuable in our societies. Due to fast-paced modernization in our societies, people turn to use smart devices more often rather than spending time in the traditional village settings to learn about their cultures. Our cultural rituals are not written down, but they are handed down from generations to generations, verbally or through observations. To combat this, we can preserve our cultures by documenting them as writing and recording. For example, a knowledge recipe can be written down so that 10 years into the future, our generation can still enjoy the real taste as today. A documentary of its preparation can also be recorded. This also goes for people who use nature to predict weather and climate. Now, with technology era, we can change our ways of thinking to suit our generation's learning interest. We can create cultural apps that contains our cultures and the users that will install them can install them in their smart devices and learn from that. This app is anticipated to help support our Constitution's preamble of upholding our Christian values and Melanesian cultures. There are several problems we identified. They contribute to the loss of culture, which is a major issue in Vanuatu today due to the impact of modernization. The graph relatively shows how modernization had affected our cultures. For example, a RSC worker can bring back with him a smart device And when he is in the island, his son will use the smart device more often rather than spending time to learn about his culture. Now, we propose some solutions to the problems we identified. The app incentive is to help promote and teach our cultures using technology. It documents and shares cultural rituals and traditional knowledge such as language, recipes, dances, and dressings. And it also promotes unity and harmony by educating users on the wide varieties of cultures and traditions in Vanuatu. The app will be free of charge. Users will be charged to access some features, but if the app rolls out, it will attract some interested groups to fund it. Now, we believe with our external partners, such as Vanuatu Cultural Center, Malvatu Mari National Council of Chiefs, and Vanuatu Meteorology, we can address the problems we identified. Now, we have a budget proposal given here with the principle of 300,000 Vatu. The planning. We are planning to hire a mobile app software engineer and a user interface designer. Source of data we will collect from communities. It will require 36,000 Vatu. Design. With the 2 engineers in our team, we can come up to the app design with an amount of 51,000 Vatu. Features. Adding features that will generate income will require additional cost of 39,000 Vatu. Development. Once the engineers and our team are satisfied with the development, now we can develop the app with a cost